So I guess with that, we can go ahead and start. I'm recording. Hello. Hello, everybody. Don't mind Luce. He's sad, I think.
Sorry, I couldn't hear you over the sound of my fat tits. Anyway, hi.
I mean, my PFP, he's got some pretty great gazongas as well. Gotta
He
say.
does. Absolute fucking king.
He's so ripped, even his pecs have pecs.
Ma Dong Suk. I probably fucking butchered that name, but that's who it is if anyone's wondering. And he's in the subject of today's video, Train to Busan.
So for those of you who haven't seen Train to Busan, first of all, what are you doing?
Yes.
Luce should recognize that tone of voice, because it was only recently that he finally saw
Hey, shut the fuck up.
it.
We don't do this. I don't like we don't do this often. I've never done this, but if you haven't seen this movie, holy fuck, go see it. It's for free in HD on YouTube.
Yeah, which
You
is
have no excuse.
it is nuck and fuss to think about that too, because goddamn is this a good movie? This isn't this isn't your average fucking zombie flick. This is Korean zombie flick, which man, I don't know what's in the sauce over there in Korea, but they got some fucking good zombie shit.
They sure fucking do.
Like Japan's got the market on ghosts, and Korea's like, all right, bet we get zombies. And they're like, all right, cool.
Pretty much. It's insane to think about.
I wonder who's gonna get dibs on like catastrophe flicks.
America, obviously. We're just
Well,
terrible at them.
yeah. America does have some good disaster flicks, even if they're not like the best movies. Like 2012, that movie was pretty cool. I like it.
Fair enough.
Um, so yeah, we're here to talk about Train to Busan because it's probably the best zombie movie ever, if I dare say.
Yeah, I would be inclined to agree.
I mean, really, the only thing that I could think would compare, I don't even know if it would necessarily compare, but like in how pivotal it is to the genre, like Night of the Living Dead by George Romero, the first zombies thing, the first properly zombies thing to use the word zombies, but
Yeah, I would absolutely say that Train to Busan, like, at least for me, it definitely rekindled my own personal interest in it. Because Train to Busan is just it's on a completely different level, both in terms of storytelling, character work, and even horror factor.
yeah, it's pretty spooky. Not
Yeah,
spooky, it's more, it's what Shinji Mikami would refer to as panic horror.
yeah, it's fucking like it's not like oh my god, like I can't bear to watch horror or anything like that. It's just it's terrifying. It's terror. That's what it is.
It's it's that classic kind of horror where you see things being set up and then the camera sticks on one thing for like half a second and you're like, "Oh fuck, that's the tism happened. Now shit's going to be bad." Oh no.
Yeah,
Especially cuz I care about these characters cuz they're all, even though, my understanding of the Korean language is about as strong as Under the Mayo's understanding of game design, so like, you know, names I struggle with a bit. I have the cast pulled up just for
yeah,
convenience sake. Although I have nicknames for everybody.
yeah.
Uh,
Yeah. I will be forever calling our protagonist Chad, and I'll be calling King King. If you've seen the movie, you know exactly who I'm referring to
yeah,
when I say King.
like
Um,
anyone who's seen the movie's like, yep, it's that guy.
but in case you don't know who I'm referring to, at least the English translation of his name is Sang-Hwa.
Yeah, and he was also in the big hit movie that I know a lot of people love called Marvel's The Eternals.
Oh yeah, that was a movie that I still haven't seen, but I've heard nothing but shit about it.
I was talking to Luce when he first watched Train to Busan, at least towards the end of it, and I told him about this. And then I looked at my girlfriend because she's seen Eternals. I think she fell asleep towards the end because she was so dejected from it. But I was like, oh hey, hon, you remember this guy, right? He was in Eternals. She was like, oh yeah. I was like, you love that movie, right? She's like, don't talk to me.
Which, valid response.
Uh-huh.
Honestly,
Can't.
fuck you, L.
I haven't even seen it. Even I know. I'm just like, yeah, that's something to avoid. That movie.
Oh yeah.
My, my girlfriend has a friend who is just a complete Disney shill,
Oh god, please stop.
and they just like they love She-Hulk and they love Eternals and they all that stuff. And I keep telling her, I'm like, why are you friends with this person?
Yeah, the kind of person who just has absolutely no critical eye for media whatsoever. Just consume, don't criticize.
Which, hey, you can enjoy media at a shallow level. Look, some of my favorite movies are Godzilla movies, okay, and those movies are fucking insane. So
For me, I guess it's just like I agree to a point. Like for me, there's a cutoff point where I'm like, I genuinely like, I don't understand how you can like this in any way, shape, or form, or
yeah,
support it at all, because it's doing nothing but harm to the landscape, like Marvel currently.
yeah, I. It's funny too because her friend is like really into like social justice stuff, and I'm like, I'm not super big into it myself, but I just kind of wonder how can you fucking like say all these preachy things and then turn around and like shill for Disney,
Yeah, of all companies, show
which
for Korean filmmakers instead.
yeah, yeah,
um,
definitely support because goddamn, they make some good stuff. I'm gonna have Loose watch All of Us Are Dead at some point, which anyone who's seen that, man, that's good shit.
yeah. Um, fuck. Now, this discussion has got me thinking about the fucking scene in She-Hulk where Daredevil does the fucking walk of shame. Ugh,
Wait, what?
God. Oh, have you not heard about that?
Wait, did they fuck?
Yeah, there's a scene in She-Hulk where Daredevil and She-Hulk fuck, and then the
Oh, wait, is
day
it where he's like
after,
walking down the street with his costume and he like passes an old lady? Wait, that's the walk of shame?
yeah, he's doing the walk of shame. Like he's even holding his shoes and everything, even though like the entire point of the walk of shame is that girls will mostly be wearing heels and stuff like that. So when they're walking home, done with their business, they will have their heels in their hand because they don't need them anymore. But Daredevil has no reason not to be wearing his fucking boots.
What?
In his costume, no less.
What the?
Yeah, they
Okay,
fuck, and for
for,
some reason, he does the walk of shame.
wait, hold on. Okay, so I know the show is like PG or whatever. How much of a do we is anything seen?
No, to my knowledge, there's nothing seen whatsoever. There's
Fuck.
just some quote unquote implied sexual tension, and then the next day it turns out they fucked.
I mean, look,
Because if
Daredevil.
there's anything, sorry, go ahead.
I love Daredevil, and I mean, I'm gonna give my boy a high five for clapping them green booty cheeks, but
Go fuck yourself, whoever the
I
director is.
I'd be more happy if it was like comic book She-Hulk, the good one, like the really good one. Or fuck, man, the animated like Incredible Hulk show, the She-Hulk that was in that. Oh man, awesome.
Yeah,
Back when fucking like early 2000s, mid 2000s Disney XD had like fucking superheroes and shit. Oh, that was cool. That was a cool time. Like American Dragon, Jake Long. Remember that show?
yes. Remember the fucking Jackie Chan animated show where
Yeah.
Jackie Chan played Jackie Chan,
It was fucking
featuring
awesome.
Jackie Chan from the Jackie Chan series?
That show slapped.
It did kind of slap. You remember Shaolin Showdown?
Oh, dude, don't even get me started on Shell and Showdown. That
Bro,
show was my fucking jam.
I don't remember much from it, but like, holy shit, that fucking show slapped.
That show was that show was the best. Oh, I didn't turn my game audio on. I don't know. No, I loved Shell and Showdown. I watched that show all the fucking I loved action shows. I really like Shell and Showdown, Ben 10, Teen Titans, all that stuff. Danny Phantom. Danny Phantom was one of the best. I fucking love Danny Phantom.
Danny Phantom.
Maybe we'll
Was
do a
good
season on
fucking
Danny
rad.
Phantom. Also, Danny Phantom was a huge part of my sexual awakening to loving goth girls. I should throw that out there.
That's that's fair. I'll do a season on Danny Phantom if you do a season on Transformers Prime. That's all I'm saying.
I don't know if I've ever seen Transformers Prime. I don't think I have.
It is basically the undisputed king of the Transformers fan base. It's
Oh,
considered the single best show ever produced in its 30 years run.
damn. That's pretty. I assume you mean best like Transformers show ever produced.
Yeah, best Transformers show.
I was like, damn, that's a hell of a statement.
It's really good. All of the characters are solidly written, and
Did-
God,
Wait, was that the
It's-
show with the mini bots?
no.
Okay, I remember the mini bots and thinking they were kind of cool. So I was like, ah, little upgrade bots. That's cool.
Yeah, no, you're thinking of Transformers Armada.
Oh yeah. And I remember like Starscream having like a fucking. He had like a big face turn and like sacrificed himself. He had like a big sword in his stomach. I don't remember any of the fucking context. I just remember this happening and being like, whoa, as a kid.
Yep. Transformers Armada. And then that character arc was ruined with the sequel series because fuck us.
Oh, dang. It's like the
Yeah.
one thing from that show I remember.
Yeah, and everybody, like, it's collectively seen as, like, one of the best moments in the entire show, too. Like, everybody loves that iteration of Starscream.
I was watching that at like my babysitter, and she didn't know fuck all about Transformers, but she was like, dang, this is like kind of gripping. Like, dang.
It was. It was.
Oh
I'd
man,
fight you.
imagine Train to Busan, but with hellhounds.
Oh, God. I mean, if there were ever any animals on that train, fuck, dude.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah, that's something I mentioned. So at the beginning of we're going to talk about Train to Busan now. This Train to Busan sees. At the beginning of Train to Busan, the first thing you see zombified is actually an animal, which is pretty cool because the way the scene goes is that worker driver man is driving on the road on the highway. Excuse me. Whew. Anyways, driver man's going down the road, and the workers there are like, "Yo, there's been a leak at this like bio facility. You don't want to go down this way. There's tisms happening. We don't really know what's going on, but shit's bad, and also we're really tired." And he's like, just let me fucking go." Blah blah blah. He raises a little bit of fuss, and again, the workers are tired. They're just like, "All right, fuck it, whatever. Just go. Be careful." Blah blah blah. And truck driver hits something. There's big old blood stain on the road and everything. And you think it's gonna do the classic zombie thing of like, it was a person and they bite him and he goes to get the workers. And that's where it all kind of starts or whatever. But as it turns out, it was like a deer. And the guy's like, oh fuck. And he ends up driving away, and then the deer reanimates. And I love the reanimations in this movie so fucking much. With the bone crackling and the...
Oh, yeah. This movie is one of the only pieces of zombie media where turning just, like, it sounds like an extremely painful experience. Like, there's so many, like, cracking sounds, and the way that they reanimate is extremely awkward and weird.
Yeah, it's also typically rather fast, so it's like, you kind of wonder how much of that they're actually feeling,
Yeah.
which is unpleasant to think about.
Yep. And then, immediately after that, we cut to an office building with our main character, because believe it or not, this is a piece of zombie/horror media that has characters. Oh, shit. It's been a while since we've had one of those, huh?
It's been a while since the first season of Walking Dead. Yeah.
Yeah.
I've been watching a
But,
bit of that show lately.
Oh, yeah, it has its moments.
Yeah, those first 4 seasons are really good.
But we get introduced to our main character in an office building. His name is Seok-Woo, or Seok-Woo, I
Do
believe.
you also have the cast and like the movie pulled up on YouTube and stuff?
I do not. Funnily enough, I think I can actually remember most of their names.
Well, look at you.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. His name's Seok-Woo, and he's... First of all, this man is really handsome. Like, alright, look.
God, he's so hot.
My dereliction of responsibilities typically applies to Asian women, but I'll make an exception for this beautiful person.
2 beautiful fucking guys in this movie, let me tell you.
Yep, true that. But, Yeah, and right away, it's like, it's kind of implied, um, because he's looking up, he's like Googling and looking into like articles or whatever talking about like the BioLeak thing, and it's like, oh, okay, cool, there's like interconnectedness in this movie, that's always good. And it's not explicitly said at this point, I don't think, I don't remember the exact dialogue, but it seems to be implied that it's like, oh, his company or something might be involved, because while he's looking at this, one of his workers comes in and he's like, hey, there's some stuff going on, you know, what are we gonna do? And I don't remember exactly what was it exactly that he said?
So the guy who comes into his office is named Kim, and Kim
Yeah.
basically tells Kim that the company is going to be selling like all of its available assets and everything like that.
Yeah.
To which, you know, Kim obviously tells him that might not be a very good move. There's going to be a lot of
Kim's very new, and for his boss to just be like, all right, sell all the shares, it's like, whoa, what the fuck happened? This is not the day I expected.
Yeah, and so, you know, Kim is a quote-unquote analyst, as seen in Seok-Woo's phone later on.
Yeah,
And
Kim the analyst.
he's like, you know, there's going to be some unrest with our investors and our shareholders and everything, and Seok-Woo just tells him to do it anyway. And, yeah, so that's the first little bit of sort of implication that there is something wrong. It's funny, too, because, like, we find out, spoiler, later on, that Seok-Woo's company is involved with the outbreak, but like there's not much in the way of like hints or, you know, exposition as to what happened or what they did. It's all very like subtle.
All we
how they
really,
handle it and everything
all we
like
really
that.
know is that his company like owned the factory or wherever that the BioLeak happened. So it's like, at the very least, they do feel a sense of responsibility because their company owned that,
Yeah.
and they were, you know, like it happened under their eye, like they might have missed something, or who knows? No way of knowing,
Yeah.
which is kind of sad.
But after that, the most important, or one of the most important lines that they end the scene on, is Seok-Woo asking Kim, because Kim's a younger guy. You know, what are kids into these days?
Yeah,
Which is a sort of an implication that Seok-Woo is very out of touch with younger people, or, as we're going to see in the next scene, his daughter.
yep, he's got a kid. He goes home and his mama, Granny, is taking care of her, which I don't think it's implied that she lives with him, but I assume if it were the case, it's just like he's really well off and he can take care of her because she's older.
Oh yeah, I mean he's got a very nice house, and he has enough money to buy his daughter 2 consoles. So
in the same year.
in the same
Yeah,
year, God.
he asks him, he's like, what are kids into? Like, look, I've been fucking swamped, especially with all this shit. Things are, I just need some kind of tip or something. And apparently Kim told him like, oh, video games, that's a thing. Nintendo's pretty big, you know, we're like neighbors to Japan, so you know, hey. So, my man, doing his best. God bless him.
God bless.
He buys a Wii, and it's a pretty nice version. It's like the black version with the Mario game with it. I'm like, oh man, that's the good shit.
Oh, black, such a good color.
Yeah, I mean it gathers dust more, but oh well. White stains easier, so that's kind of a toss-up, I guess.
Yeah, they cancel each other out.
Yeah, a little bit. Yeah, I got a PS5 with which is white and like the white controller. I don't even use it anymore. First of all, because I have all the other controllers, but also because it's like the white controllers, you know, your hand grease and stuff like that gets on them. It's like, eh, I want that. But anyway, that was complete fucking non sequitur. but yeah, you know, but he comes home and Granny's like, hey, you missed your kiddo's vocal recital. She's in, I don't know if it's like she's in the choir class or it's just what I guess it's what the kids do. You know, like playing the recorder back in the day of good old 5th grade or whatever. But remember the recorder? This fucking worthless instrument.
God, don't even.
This instrument that nobody likes, except the people who make them and sell them for money.
Yeah, fucking. Why do schools have them? If anybody in the comments knows why it is that schools constantly have recorders on hand, at least elementary schools, please, for the love of God, let me know. Because fuck this horrid instrument.
My G.
It sounds like ass. It feels like ass. It's never in tune, no matter what. God, fucking instrument.
Your stream of air needs to be so fucking like pitifully steady too, just to get a
Ugh.
decent sound, not a semi-decent sound out of it. My GF's a teacher. I should go ask her. I should be like, hey, what's with recorders? Like, why? She's an
Why does
she's an English teacher. She'll be like, why the fuck are you asking me this? Yeah, that's good.
why does the recorder?
Why does the recorder? That's a good question. But
So anyway,
the kiddo had a vocal recital. Dad wasn't there, and the song she's singing is "Aloha Way," which is actually look this up. Hold on, let me. There's a little history to this song. It's actually cool. So it's the Hawaiian national anthem because the Queen Liliuokalani, I hope I pronounced that correctly, wrote like 160 different songs during her reign. And
Jesus.
I guess this song, because you know Hawaii is of course um, neighbors to an extent with Japan and South Korea, and
Yeah.
I think some other southeastern Asian countries as well. So you know, I guess it made its way over there. And the point of the song, there's two translations of Aloha Way. One is "I love you," and the other is "farewell." I think the song is about farewell. Um, Either way,
Which,
pretty
if
appropriate.
indeed,
But Dad missed it, and he's like, "Oh fuck, that sucks." But he gets to watch a recording of it that his mom made because Granny was there. Because Grannies are the best, typically.
yeah,
And he goes to see his kid, and she's, you know, she wants to go see her mom, and her mom has also been nagging main character about like, "Hey, let the kid come see me." She, you know, she's talking to me all the time. She wants to come see me for her birthday. By the way, worst birthday ever. I think it's fair to say
it's definitely up there.
it is up there. But
It's important to note as well that this scene actually starts off in a parking garage for the apartment where the wife and father are arguing to one another,
right.
which sets up their rocky relationship very quickly.
Yep, but it's not like a vitriolic kind of hate. Like, there's actually a point later in the movie where he calls her and he's like trying to get a hold of her, and you can see he's pretty worried, which I like.
Yeah,
I
they
never,
just
I don't care for. I mean, obviously they are realistic to an extent, but I like it better when it's just like a rocky. Something went wrong, but they don't hate each other kind of relationship. Even if it, this is a really small part of the movie, but still, that's nice.
yeah.
But in any event, goes up to his kid. Kid's clearly not very happy being there because guy works all the time. He's in a big position. Um, she doesn't really get to do much. She's spending most of her time with Granny, talking to her mom on the phone. Which, yeah, as a kid, I can remember one time when I was visiting my dad, and I was just like, I was fucking bored. Even though he was there, he was doing perfectly fine in retrospect. But I was just like, I just want to go home see mom. And I feel bad about that. It's like, that must have bummed him out. But in any event, kid wants to go home, and the dad's like, I don't know. I'm really busy. Like, this is difficult to do, and I can't just let you wander off on your own. Um, which I guess is something that just happens over. I don't know. I,
It's just fucking weird, dude.
I mean, yeah. Well, because trains are like a big part. Like, because you can. I know, like in Japan, you can get like a year-long pass for the monorail and just, you know,
Yeah,
take it
trains are
whenever you
huge.
want. They're expensive, but yeah.
Yeah, trains are a fucking massive part of Asian just transportation and culture in general.
Yeah.
Whereas in a place like America, it only really happens in a few select places.
Yeah, America's mostly not really doing anything with trains, which kind of a shame, but oh well.
Kind of a shame. I've always wanted to go on one, but I've never had the chance.
Yep, there are. I've been on a few. I remember one. Me and my girlfriend went to Disney World once, while we were like while we were going to see her family, and we got like a because like one of her friends is like a higher up there, and we got like this free pass. It was pretty cool. But they have a monorail because Disney World, holy fucking shit, it is huge. And we rode the monorail there. It was pretty fun. I like
Nice.
trains. I think trains are cool. I think they're a really cool setting for stories also. Have you seen, do you watch Archer? Have you seen Archer?
I have not. I never really had an interest in it.
Dang. I almost died there, holy fuck. There's an episode of Archer on a train where Archer's like really excited to finally get into like a fight on a train. He gets on top of the train and like the wind's blowing really hard and like a bug gets in his mouth. He's like, "Oh god, what the fuck? This sucks." It's great. I love Archer's so fucking good. Anyways, talking about Train to Busan. Uh, so yeah, Dad's pretty adamant. He's like, "All right, like, look, I'll take you tomorrow. We'll go on the train tomorrow, and you'll get to go see Mom. I'll compromise with you here." And he's like, "By the way, I know it's your birthday. What, you think I forgot? I'm your dad. I love you, kiddo." And it's true. He didn't forget. He just didn't have time to go do anything for her. That's why, you know, because he asked Kim about, like, hey, what are the kids into? And he's like, hey, look at this. I got you a Wii. It's pretty cool, right? And she's like, oh, looks over. There's a Wii. The same exact Wii, no less. Fucking black version with the Mario sitting right there next to her TV. And the look on his face where he's just like, oh, fucking, that's embarrassing. It's so embarrassing. I feel for my man.
I feel for my man too.
That's just like, oh, fuck. The best part is that, yeah, he only bought her that Wii that year. So it's like, he's so wrapped up in his... He's clearly not neglectful. It's just he's so fucking busy that he can't make... He can't keep things in mind, everything in mind, and he just... It slipped his mind. That's all it was, but... dads get all the shit.
They sure do.
So, the next morning he's driving out, and oh god, there's zombies. That's not to do with the movie. Those zombies. Oh fuck. Okay. Well, I'm gonna die. Anyways, yeah, he's driving out, and there's like a bunch of fire trucks and stuff running by, and it's a really good way of being like things are just starting. And things are also pretty bad, but not bad everywhere. They're kind of... It's kind of an eye of the storm situation where you don't really know what's going on around them, but you know things are going on.
Yeah, it's very subtle.
Yeah, it's a fucking great way to build tension, because in something, you know, take like Walking Dead, for example, where at the start of it, they... You know, Rick just wakes up and it's like, oh fuck, things are bad now. Okay, let's go. Which is perfectly fine. But it's cool to see, especially in a movie, because, you know, they have limited time. They're really taking their time to be like, things are going bad. So, not slowly, but they are going bad, and you're gonna, you know, shit's gonna hit the fan. And I think that's something this movie does really well. It builds a lot, and you think it's gonna build to a peak, but what it does is it builds, and it hits that peak before you think it would. It spikes in the drama, instantly. Very quickly.
Yeah.
So, they're driving to the train station, they get on. Things seem, you know, there's stuff going on around, but, you know, there doesn't seem to be anything too crazy happening yet. And they get on the train. Dad, man, is very tired, understandably. Been working a lot. It's early in the morning. You know, he's just lay down. He's tired. Or he sits down and he's tired. He starts falling asleep. And around that time, I don't know why I was trying to remember her name, since she basically doesn't have a name. There's a girl who gets on the train who stumbles in, like, right as a guard man was looking away. And it's just like, if he'd been looking to the right, or even more partially to the right, for like half a second, he would have been like, whoa, 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 what the fuck are you doing? Get off this train. And then nothing would have happened on the train. Things would have still happened around them, but, you know.
So anyway, after this lady gets on the train, there's it's so funny because this fucking movie is so efficient with like all of its characters. And so after that, we get some time to introduce all of our new characters who will basically be our ensemble for the rest of the movie. Um, I don't remember what the order is for who is introduced when, but we essentially get introduced to a set of two old ladies that are sisters, and their introduction is the older sister peeling a hard boiled egg and giving it to the younger sister, which is a very it's very subtle, but already within that one shot it sets up the fact that she's someone who is always thinking about the well-being of others no matter what, because she essentially tells her sister that she should eat, and then her sister tells her she's older, she should be the one that eats. And then after that, or not after, but we also get introduced to a bunch of high schoolers. There's two particular ones, a girl and a boy. For the sake of convenience, I'm going to be referring to them as baseball girl, baseball boy. Um,
Yeah.
and essentially, their main relationship is that the girl is very into the boy, but the boy does not seem to have reciprocated feelings towards her. So there's a bit of
Chad.
a
No, he's like beyond thought.
so there's a bit of a weird strain on their relationship in that regard. Because he's implied to be a bit of a recluse to an extent, because he's slumped over in his seat. He's not really engaging with any of the other high schoolers or anything like that. He's just minding his own business.
Yeah, everyone else is
Um,
chatting and he's just listening to his music with his little headphones in.
yeah, and to top it all off, the girl in particular is, seems to be very popular because all the guys are fawning over her and everything like that. Um, and then next, after that, we get introduced to another single character, the homeless Chad. So essentially, what happens is there's this wonderful little miniature scene where one of the attendants is informed that there's some weird guy who stepped into a bathroom. And so, obviously, when you're watching this movie for the first time, you're thinking to yourself, oh, God, there's a zombie inside that bathroom. But they eventually open it up, and it's just a homeless dude who is losing his fucking mind inside of the stall, saying, everyone's dead over and over again. While this
Yeah.
other
They set it up for you to think that it's the girl who got on the train because it showed her going into one of the bathrooms. And, businessman goes up to one of the workers and he's like, hey, there's, this person's fucking weird in the bathroom. And you think to yourself, oh, it's going to be clearly the person who's like spazzing out or whatever.
yeah,
As it turns out, it's just this homeless man who's terrified out of his mind because he saw some shit, which they
yeah,
never gets delved into, which I like. It's just like he saw something and it fucking spooked him.
yeah. And so then the businessman who informed the attendant looks at Suwon, who had walked into this scene uh, basically right after it began because she was looking for the bathroom.
Yeah.
Um, which, by the way, I forgot about it. But before the train, by this point, the train has taken off.
Yeah.
But before the train takes off, there is a moment where Suwon is looking outside of her window, and a guy just gets fucking tackled. We don't see what happens to him. We just know that he got tackled. And so that's sort of what sets up her sort of, unrest, which I'm assuming is part of the reason as to why she wanted to go to the bathroom. Because
Yeah.
obviously, if I had seen something like that, I would want to be the fuck away from where it was.
Yeah. And,
Um,
this kid, it might have literally made her head just go pee.
yeah. And so the businessman who is nearby all three of these people, he sort of he looks at Suan, and he says to her, "Hey, uh, you know, people who don't finish school end up like him," which obviously says something about him right out of the gate. And then Suan responds with the fact that her mother told her that people who say that are bad people because they're more surface level, I assume. Um,
Yeah.
which
They have
obviously,
a very um, down their nose way of looking at the world around them.
Yeah, which obviously sets up like already there's some sort of conflict between Suan and this particular businessman, but we already know exactly what his perspective is and what kind of person he is because immediately after he replies with, "Well, she probably flunked out of school too," while also like sort of like gingerly stroking her hair while she looks very fucking uncomfortable.
Yeah, and he's not even being creepy about it. He's just like, hey, I gotta. It's that
Yeah,
it's that kind of douchey way of looking at it, like, I'm having a good influence by telling her, all this
yeah,
stuff.
like he's very clearly like actually trying to comfort her, and like in any other situation it might actually be wholesome, but obviously because of what just happened, it's like
Yeah.
stop. And so because she's obviously uncomfortable, Suan immediately goes away, goes to another bathroom where we get introduced to our final set of main characters, fucking
Yeah.
King and his
And his
wife,
queen?
his queen. Yes. Um, So he states to Suwan that currently both of the bathrooms are taken, one of them by his wife, and that it's going to be a while. And
Yeah.
then he
He's
tells
very
her to go
stern
use.
about it, but not in a dickheadish way. He's just like she goes to reach for it and he grabs her hand. He's like, "Whoa, hey, there's my wife's in there. She's gonna be a while." And then when Suwan's like, "Are you sure?" or something like that, he's like, "Okay, just watch this." Knocks on the door. Hey, honey, bang! And you're like, "Oh God, oh Jesus!" And you think to yourself, "It's like, oh fuck, they're like, it's she's a zombie now or something." And it's like, no, she's pregnant. She's actually just pissed.
Yeah,
She's not a zombie. I assure you, she's just pregnant.
and I think that's one of the things that I really like about this opening sequence is just that like there's so many different pieces of misdirection, and like until you've seen the movie there's no like you're constantly wondering to yourself, oh my fucking god, like which one of these is going to turn out to be the bad guy,
Yeah.
and then like
Um,
you don't know until it's too late.
and it's a really good way of getting you to be like caring for these characters immediately, knowing that they could be in immediate danger, but there's no you don't know until it happens, and there's that concern of like, oh fuck. He said a funny thing. I don't want him to die. He said he's a cool guy. Leave him alone.
Yeah. um so basically the chick who was stumbling onto the train stumbles through it once again to one of the sort of like middle pieces, one of the in-betweens for the cars.
Yeah.
I don't know if there's a name for it or anything like that. Now,
Um, I don't think so. I mean, there probably is, but I don't know it.
I am going to coin the term the median for the middle sections between connecting cars.
Did you just
Anyway,
Google it?
no, I didn't. I actually just made that up on the spot.
There you go.
um, Now, there is one criticism of this particular scene that I've seen levied at it, where the girl who's very clearly bitten is shuffling down one of the aisles of one of the train cars, and one criticism that I've seen is that nobody like raises a fuss about her like very clearly having something wrong while she shuffles through the aisles. And my counter to that would be, I could be wrong about this, but from what I've gathered about Asian culture in general, specifically in places like Korea and Japan, is that they're the kind of places where you mind your fucking business and you don't bother anybody.
Yeah, until that person starts like,
Actually being a nuisance.
yeah, actually being a nuisance or showing some display of like they might hurt someone.
Yeah.
In which case, yeah. But she's just kind of walking a. Which, yeah, I do kind of understand the criticism. I would say that it is a bit strange that because she does have blood on her, and I have a feeling someone out of the corner of their eyes would be like, "Whoa, hey, what the fuck?"
Yeah. But we
But
also don't know, like, because of the way that the shot is set up, we don't know, like, if people are looking at her or if, like, everybody is, just kind of not looking in her general direction, because the shot is set up in such a way that, like, it's a downward angle and we can't see anybody's faces because of where the camera is positioned. So we don't know what anybody is thinking about it.
yeah, the from what I saw of the camera, it didn't see. It just seemed like nobody happened to be. Which I can buy that over the course of one train cart, someone would walk by doing a weird tism, and they're just nobody would happen to notice. I can. It would be one thing if they were like, yeah, she went through like 6 carts. That's when I'd be like, okay, well, you're like, come on.
Yeah,
I know there were people not looking right into their fucking phone screens, but it's just one cart, so I can be like, okay, that would happen. I can believe that. And even if
yeah,
it did, it wouldn't even really matter if someone did notice her, because either way she was turning, so either way she was going to bite someone. And
yeah,
it's pretty much right next to that cart anyway, so that's where it's going to break out. Um, so yeah, it's pretty inconsequential, all things considered.
yeah. But eventually, she stumbles to one of the medians, trademark Louis Belmont, um, where she eventually actually collapses, and one of the stewardesses actually notices her and tries to help. And while this is going on, one thing that I really love is that we get a shot back with Seok-Woo, who is still sleeping at this moment, where another guy in a suit is stumbling and coughing, just like the original girl who snuck on the train, but she's going the opposite direction of where Suan went.
Yes.
So now, and the thing is, we never see his face; we just see his back, and he's fully clothed. So like, it's like, oh my god, there's somebody who is turning, who is also going the opposite direction, which means they are going to essentially scissor our main characters once they finish turning, which is a really cool, and I like how subtle it is too. Like, we don't see this man before this or anything like that, and we don't see what kind of state he's in apart from his back. And it once again, it's another element that just steadily builds that tension over and over and over again.
Yeah, I think I like the way this movie is subtle is that it'll put things right before you, but not completely in your face, and it just expects you. I wouldn't say it expects you to remember them. It believes you will. It believes in you as a viewer,
Yeah,
which might sound weird, but what I'm trying to say is that like, how would I put it?
it respects your intelligence.
It respects your intelligence. It shows you things, and then it's not afraid to ask. It'll show you something for a moment, and then a little bit later, it'll be like, "Hey, do you remember that thing?" And you'll be like, "Oh yeah,
Yeah, it's one of those movies where while you're watching it, you might go to yourself, "Hang on, this doesn't make any sense," or "Well, hang on, why does that happen?" But if you actually go back and you pay closer attention, you find that there is an explanation or something there to show you or hint at why it is that this is the way it is, which is
yeah."
it,
We watched it
it's
for the second time. It was actually my second time, also not counting when I jumped in at the end during Luce's first viewing of it. But it was my actual second time, also. And yeah,
right.
this movie it holds up so fucking well on a rewatch, not just because of details, but because of so many fucking little seeds they plant here and there, and the characterization is fucking remarkable.
Yeah,
It's really good.
there's no other way to put it. The movie is smart. Like
Yeah,
the people who made this movie were very conscious, they were very aware, they were smart for all of their decisions, and like they thought ahead and made sure to remember once they got to where ahead was.
yeah, and because there's a certain character we talked about him a little bit, businessman, he's not a complete dick yet. He does some things that morally questionable, we'll say, um, to put it lightly. But he does some things, and on a first viewing, I fucking hated his guts. Like, I was legitimately, when I saw him bit, I was like, good, fuck you. I hate, spoiler, he dies. It's a real shocker, I know, we're talking about the whole movie, but
Yeah.
um, when I first saw him, I was just like, yeah, fuck you. I just, like, I hate your guts. And I will say, after excuse me, after a first viewing, I kind of had the feeling of, like, I don't know. I think his character was very one-dimensional, and then I rewatched it and I was like, no, he's.
Yeah.
It's kind of like Shane from Walking Dead. Weird comparison, maybe, but like when you review everything he does and like the things that happen to him, you kind of think to yourself, yeah, I get it. I don't even agree with you, but I get it.
Yeah, it's one of those things where like he can sort of be seen as a oops, sorry. He
Whoop.
can sort of be seen as a bit of a secondary antagonist. Not quite, because he doesn't necessarily have it out for our um
Yeah.
heroes or
He's
anything.
not like a sadist. He's not doing any he doesn't, you know, you don't see him fucking grinning when he does something bad to someone. He's out for himself completely. And I mean, I don't think that's
He's
the most unreasonable thing, all things considered.
yeah, he's in opposition to our characters, but he doesn't take joy in it. He's not evil or anything. So he's an
Yeah.
antagonist in the sense of being opposed, but not in the way that like his actions make sense and are reasonable to an extent, even if you don't
He's
necessarily agree with them.
he's dangerously pragmatic. Well, he's a bad combination of pragmatic and selfish.
Yeah.
But also his selfishness stems from a care for others, which is hinted at a certain point in the movie, where he's like, "Hey," he's talking to the conductor, and things have gone south at this point, and he's telling the conductor, like, "Look, disconnect the back of the train to where it's only the front cart. Let's go." And the conductor's like, "What about other people?" He's like, "Yo, there's people right here. We gotta go." And I mean, yeah, you can't really blame him. You care about the
Yeah.
people behind him, and you don't want them to die, but you know, anyone in that position, you don't know these people, and you're in a position to potentially get out of this in a very safe way. Yeah, I mean, I get it. What a really I really like his character on reviewing. Like, he's
Me
really
too.
fucking complex.
Yeah. Um so basically now what has happened is Seok-Woo has woken up and realized that
Something is
um
amiss.
yes, his daughter is missing, and he doesn't immediately go to look for her. He gets on the phone because analyst Ken, the man himself, has called Seok-Woo, and so Seok-Woo is sort of giving glances to the aisle, like, "Wait, where the fuck is my daughter?" But he's not gotten up yet,
Yeah,
and
he's not.
so
Which I don't even think is like unreasonable. It's just like, as far as he knows, he's just on a train and some weirdo stumbled past him, and he's like, "Oh, where's my kid? I'm gonna look for him."
yeah. But basically, Kim has called to um, warn Seok-Woo that there are multiple cases of the police having to get involved all around the town because of reports of supposed violence amongst the people and unrest.
Yep, civil unrest.
And then immediately after, Seok-Woo goes to look for his daughter and essentially goes. He essentially passes through where all of our characters were introduced for the most part.
Yeah.
Um,
Which is a good
However,
way of keeping you up with where people are, which is really important in a movie like this.
yeah. And then immediately after, unfortunately, attendant lady, while trying to help bit lady, gets bitten herself, and it's pretty brutal.
What a fucking
Be-
awesome scene.
yeah, because she is essentially walking through the train car with all of the high schoolers,
Yeah.
while the original infected is on top of her, fucking just going to
Well,
fucking town.
and before that, like, okay, so a lot of zombie things will do it to where you see patient zero, or whatever you want to call it. You know, she's not patient zero, but, you know, she's the one on the train who is patient zero, essentially. And they'll bite someone, and then it'll just break out from there, like, very quickly. Like, you won't really have a sense of what went down. This movie really lingers on the train attendant trying to help her, and oh, the cinematography in this movie is fucking amazing. First of all, but it shows the train keeper trying to help her, and she's going to grab, like, she's trying to grab the face of the lady who's convulsing and turning and reanimating and all that stuff. And she's grabbing her face so much to try and get her to look at her, so she can, like, you know, look in her eyes and things like that, and make you know, see what is, try and get a sense of what's going on. And like, there's so many quick little moments of her hand being so close to her mouth, and you're just like, yeah, like, give it away, stop it, stop it.
Yeah, it's like I think that that's it's just one of the movie's greatest strengths. It's really good at building tension.
Yeah. The little things that the actors do, the shots of, you know, a simple like 2 second shot of some glass cracking, things like that. The movie's chock full of it. It's really good. I love it. This is a
But
good movie.
it's a great movie.
It's pretty cool.
But so anyway, now we have another infected where um so the moment that the first lady has firmly bit into the attendant or the stewardess, she immediately goes and starts to lunge at a completely different person. So this sort of gives us the implication that the zombies themselves aren't necessarily out to eat people. They're out to spread as much of the infection as physically possible.
Yeah, and there's a certain unknowingness to that where you're just like, okay, so obviously, like, zombies having a fucking goal is not something that either isn't really in this movie or in most zombie things, but there is that kind of sense of what does this virus do to the person? Like, you see what they do, but you're just wondering, like, what is the process going on here? I guess the virus you know, I shouldn't say wants because it's not sentient or anything, but what is
As far as we know.
right? There, you just don't know anything about it. Basically, it's really good.
Um, which is another thing, like, getting somewhat off topic. Like, it almost, to me at least, my own interpretation is that it sort of almost feels like all of the zombies are a part of this weird hive mind.
Yeah,
Because they move so, like, in sync, if that makes sense.
they do, especially towards the end when they're all running to the one train cart. Which it's like, yeah, they would obviously, but I don't know. There's a certain synchronicity to it that's you can't really avoid it. But there's also no implication or no hint given as to what that could even, or whether it could even mean anything. So, you know, I think that's really cool.
Yeah.
Because a lot of
But
zombie
yeah,
things will try to be like they're cannibals basically. They want to eat flesh or something like that. Whereas these things are just like, nah, we're going at everything. If something is not one of us, go after it.
procreation.
Oh God, the
Um,
zombies don't want to bite you; they want to fuck you.
that's
Kill.
someone's fetish,
Oh God, it is.
not mine.
Yeah.
Um, but yeah, so now the train officially has multiple infected on it, and they are immediately going into sicko mode. And an interesting thing is that Baseball Boy, immediately after his friends start getting eaten, he, without hesitation, goes to try and save them, which is something
Yeah.
that says something about his character and says something about Baseball Girl's character, because she is completely frozen in fear. She just cannot bring herself to do anything at the moment,
Yeah.
which is
Understandable.
it, yeah, it's a great contrast between the characters, where it's like, okay, so clearly Baseball Boy is the kind of person who, even if it's a personal risk to himself, he'll try to save people and stuff like that. Whereas, Baseball Girl is a little more passive and she's a little more easily scared, which is
It's
great
that
because
it's that classic, which some people might not take to it, but it's that kind of classic. The man is taking his position to defend what he loves, which is
yeah, like a
appropriate
knight in
given
shining armor.
that seems to be a common theme in this movie.
Yeah, the sort of knight in shining armor trope almost.
Yeah, but it's appropriate for
Um,
them, especially given how he was set up as someone who's just like, leave me alone.
yeah, and it's an interesting thing too, because like I said, it gives a perfect contrast between them. Because something that a lot of filmmakers nowadays don't seem to understand is that even if a character, like, if a character is doing nothing, that still says something about
Yeah,
their character, because every moment that a character is on screen should be meaningful to some extent.
true.
Um, but yeah, now the infection has started to spread, and it is going further and further towards where Seok-Woo and by extension Suwon are. And so basically all of the zombies have started to infect and then proceed further back to the train. And there's this
Yeah.
fucking amazing shot where they're all running and they're fucking tripping over each other to the point where they form a giant pile and fucking fill up the entire fucking car to the top.
Yeah, it's doing the World War Z thing, but at a much smaller and more understandable scale,
Yeah,
thankfully.
it does it more than once, but it never looks it never looks ridiculous while doing it because
Yeah, you don't
you
see
know
like a mountain of zombies climbing over each other to get over a wall, which, you know, it's like you can, I guess that can happen, World War Z, but yeah, come on.
yeah, it's one of those things where it's like it it what's the word?
I don't know.
Fuck. It it knows where to draw the line with it, essentially.
Yeah, because the zombies do run, but and you know their limbs kind of get all contorted and shit, but nothing feels over the top.
Yeah,
Even
you know,
though
until
they are
you,
tripping over themselves, but it feels natural because they're in a small space with the seats next to them and stuff. So like, yeah, of
yeah,
course.
until you get to fucking a Train to Busan 2 where a zombie does a backflip. Anyway,
Oh god.
um, so after that, El, do you want to take over the synopsis here
Um,
for the scene?
trying to remember what exactly happened because like this whole scene is basically like, yeah, this is where like shit gets kicked into high gear,
A lot
and
happens, so
yeah,
much.
it's very scrambled, but in a way that's not like hard to understand. It's just that what's how would I say this? It's giving you a sense of this is where the chaos breaks out, but it's also setting up who's going to be where and what's going to be where. That way, you can the characters have a certain goal in mind, and you understand what they have to get through to achieve it. Um, Song-Woo being separated from his kiddo and trying to get to her in this fucking chaos. And as a matter of fact, I'm gonna pull up the movie.
That's a good idea.
Yeah, let me because yeah, like I said, it's very chaotic and it's kind of hard to remember everything that happens as it does. Where are you, Trey? There you are. Watch again? Absolutely, I'd love to.
I thought you'd never ask.
I thought you would never ask. And yeah, this is like 20 minutes in, by the way. Um, in fact, the moment the attendant gets bit is like, I want to say it's like 22 minutes in, which this movie is 2 hours, but it does not feel like 2 hours because there's simultaneously, it feels like one hell of an adventure, but things happen so quickly and not in a way that's hard to keep up with. It's very easy to keep up with, in fact. It's
Yeah,
not a hard movie to watch at all.
like the movie is so efficient with its time that it feels like more than a day has passed, even though like only a few fucking hours pass in the entire fucking movie for the most part.
Yeah, it goes from, you know, if, when they get on the train, it's early morning and it's like maybe midday by the end. Because
Yeah,
they say at one point the train's going like 168 miles an hour and and they're like 6 miles out from Busan, and the
yeah.
train doesn't even actually get fully to Busan because it stops at the tunnel at the end. But
Yeah.
let me see here. Yeah, people are running past Song-Wook and he's just like, oh yeah. Jump ahead a bit. Yeah, Song-Wook he reaches Suwon and he's trying to run back with the crowd that's not infected. And there's this like it's a small little king moment where not king, but like king moment for Song-Wook where there's a zombie between him and the other passengers, and it turns around to him while he's holding Suwon, and motherfucker just boom, like pops it out of the way. Which
Yeah,
is,
just
you know, it's not like unreasonable to assume that would happen because he's first of all he does get knocked down over to the seat and he has to kind of scramble to get back up real quickly, but also at this point he's not tired, which will come
yeah.
into play later on. Um, so yeah, he manages to get past them, and this is around the moment where King, uh, Seong-Wook comes. He's noticing people running, and he's like, and he knocks
This
on
is
the
weird.
yeah, he knocks on the door for his wife, his queen, and he's like, "Hey, something's going on. We need to go." And then lady walks in. She's getting bit, and it's like, "Oh, okay, that's going on. Yeah, we should maybe go." And behind them is Song-Wook and Suwon, and his wife's like, "Hey, go help the lady who's getting bit." And I remember when I was first watching this movie, I was like, "You're not going to introduce this character, this wonderful human being who, when meeting Suwon, pointed at his wife's baby belly, and was like, "See that? I made that. Fucking legend. I love him so much." Oh yeah, we didn't talk about that. Where Suwon's trying to
Well,
go
no,
to the
it has,
bathroom. Or no,
hasn't
yeah, that
happened
didn't
yet.
happen yet. My bad. Because yeah, when she went, the wife wasn't out of the bathroom. But
Yeah.
yeah, and there's this great moment because like this shows that Songhua, our king, he will. Granted, wife had to tell him, but he's not afraid to jump in there, and he doesn't know what's going on, but he'll shoo this guy out of the way to try and help someone else. Whereas Song-Wook runs right past him, and he gets down to the end with all the other people, and naturally he's like, "Oh, there's a horde of zombies coming our way. I'm going to close the door." But Song-Hwa is like, "Yo, I'm with my pregnant wife here. What the fuck?" And he manages to get in, but Song-Wook hesitated, and he remembers that. He's like, "Yo, asshole, what the fuck? You're just going to let us die
Yeah,
like that?" And Song-Wook's like, "Hey, man, there's other people here too. I got a kid to look out for." And he's like, "Get a load of this guy. This fucking piece of shit. You just gonna
pretty
throw
much.
me to the wolves like that?" Um, jumping ahead a bit.
It's also very interesting as well because the wife essentially tells him, "Hey, you should go help that girl." But Songhua himself still he doesn't hesitate to help her when he's actually, sort of snapped out of it and told, which you know, again, it goes back to that whole thing about that says something about both of their characters where they show it in different ways, but they're both very caring and considerate people.
Yeah. Um, I think the best way I would describe him was that because he's not like a Gary Stu where he's just he's the good guy who puts the main character on the right path or whatever. Like he is a what's the word? He's just that classic
Tough
in
love.
the best way chauvinist, not in the way that he's trying to show off, but he's a man's man, you know.
Yeah, he's a man.
He
That's what he
he
is.
recognizes the right thing to do and he's like, "All right, I'm going to do that."
Pretty much. And it's quite lovely.
But yeah, when they get back to the train car with all the other people. This is a really great moment for his wife, who hasn't really been characterized beyond like, "Hey, I have a baby. I'm gonna be a cool mom." Um, because Songhua is like, "Yo, you close the door. What the fuck?" Like he's about to get into it with our lovely protagonist, and that's when his wife steps in. She's like, "Look, just like it stop. All right, everybody, calm down. Shut the fuck up. We got a bit of a situation here. We can't be beefing with one another." And also, the zombies that are trying to get into this cart, they see us through the glass. All right, here's an idea. I'm gonna slather water. I'm gonna take this water bottle, slather it all over the door, and then I'm gonna stick the newspapers and stuff nearby to it. That way they can't see us, and hopefully, they fuck off. Which there's a lot of that in this movie. Characters making use of their environment, which is really appreciated. And it's not even, it's not like someone picks up a fucking just happens to be their laboratory kit and makes a ray gun or whatever the fuck. You know, it's not,
Yeah.
it's nothing ridiculous. It's just like, oh, hey, here's a thing. I recognize my ability to use it to my advantage. All right, cool, let's go.
Yeah, there's a lot of characters just being very like learning new things and then using that to their advantage and just generally being very intelligent, which I'm praising, but trust me, that's far less common nowadays than most people would think.
It's far less common than it should be, that's for fucking sure. Um,
Yeah.
yeah, and it always makes sense for their character. Our young baseball boy, he later on recognizes, oh hey, I have all. We're in the cart with all of my where all my team's stuff was. So let's take like all this tape and padding, and let's put it around ourselves. That way we can defend ourselves from being bit, which is really smart. And it makes sense that his character would figure that out, because at that point they know that being bit is, that's what does it.
Yeah.
Another really good
So,
example is later on. Well, yeah, I'll talk about that when we get to it. But yeah,
yeah.
there's
But
a lot of great moments like that in the movie where it's like, oh yeah, there's a thing they can do. So, there was some. Um, the one that I'm thinking about, I didn't even really think about when I first saw it. I was like, oh, it's an obstacle, but he's got to throw it out of the way. And then I kind of pieced it together as he did, and that felt cool. Felt like a smart man.
nice. But so yeah, at this point the tension has deflated sort of. Obviously there's still the threat of all of the zombies right outside our doorstep and on the other side, because like I said, because of the guy from earlier, they have essentially scissored our party, so to speak, of about 30 to 40 people, I think.
Never been scissored by a zombie, gotta say.
I don't want to be. No thanks for me. But, yeah, so essentially it's at this point where they sort of try to contact the conductor and see if he knows anything about the situation that's currently happening at the moment. And so, if I'm remembering correctly, the conductor then says that they are going to stop in. I can't fucking remember the.
Let me see, because I've got it pulled up right here. I can. Um,
I think it was da something.
uh, Here it is. All right, business guy. Either way, they say they're going to stop in a certain city, and they're going to miss their next stop because they're going there because apparently the police, or not the police, the military are there. So hopefully they can, reach some form of safety. And also at this moment, main character Seong-Wook contacts his mother to see what's going on. This is a sad story.
Oh god,
So I don't know about you, but I love my mama. She's the best. She's the coolest person ever.
I
And
love
so,
my moms too.
yeah. And he calls her, and he notices, he's like, hey, what's going on? Why are you breathing like that? Is everything okay? And she kind of, like, erupts in anger. Not in a way, not like necessarily towards him, but it's very sudden, and you're like, huh? And yeah, you can hear, like, the little bone crackling and all that stuff, and it's like, oh fuck, she's turned, and he recognizes that. And so, there's no going back there. And that's just a... It's... Man, main character, he gets all the shit. He's like Toby in Spider-Man 2. You're just like, oh, like, stop it, movie. Leave him alone.
Pretty much, it's fucking heartbreaking. And it's funny too because basically, like, one of the last things on the grandmother's mind is like, she's obviously not a fan of the wife or anything like that, but basically one of the last things that she tells Seok-Woo is to make sure that he doesn't let Suwon out of his sight at all.
Yeah. He's like, look, it's this, the shit's going down. She just wants to see her mama. Make sure she can go see her mama. And that's another thing. So this movie, um, the whole starting goal was, hey, we're gonna get her to see her mom. And this reinforces that but they try and use their phones to call her mom multiple times. Her phone's disconnected. There's no telling what happened to her,
Yeah.
and it's never answered either, which I really like. It's just maybe she sees her mom again, maybe she doesn't. No way of knowing.
Yep. And it's a nice way to sort of. It's one of those things where it's a nice thing to, you know, it engages the viewer to an extent of like it's something that's always in the back of your mind. Like, okay, well, when are we gonna get a confirmation about her mom? Because we still don't know about that. And then, of course, it's one of those things where it's almost bittersweet because we never get an answer, but like maybe we don't want one.
Yeah, and it coincides with the idea of what's even going to happen when they get to Busan. You don't know.
Yeah.
It could be fucked. Maybe it is safe. There are people saying it's safe, which typically, zombie stuff will be like, oh, but it's not safe. But you don't have any real way of knowing. So, there is that bit of lingering hope going on in the back of your mind, most likely.
Yep. Which is pretty sweet. This movie does. It's just really nice to have a fucking piece of media that actually respects my fucking intelligence to an extent.
Isn't it, though? Isn't it so nice? It tells you everything you need to know, and it leaves the rest to you.
Pretty much. It's really fucking nice.
Um, there's a couple of nice little moments, Seong-Woo, our king, he asks a lady, he's like, hey, wife's pregnant, you mind letting her sit down? That's really nice.
And
Um,
then of course, he uh Seok-Woo essentially tries to get his daughter to sit down and everything like that, but then the sisters are back. And Suwon immediately gives her seat up to the older sister, or
yeah,
at least tries to, which is a really sweet moment.
yeah. She even calls her granny. It's so sweet. And the old lady gives her like a little piece of candy, and it's like, oh,
Yeah,
what
because
a
Granny, if there's one thing Granny always has, it's fucking candy, bro.
it's candy or a $5 or $20 bill. It's always a 5 or a 20. There's no tens or ones to speak of.
God, you're so fucking right. I hate you.
Um, and of course, this is where people start looking at their phones. They're like, "What the fuck is going on?" And like the news is blowing up, and something that's pretty common in a lot of not only like Asian but specifically Korean media is the government doesn't always seem to know what it's doing, and they don't. They're
Yeah,
not always the most not even straightforward, just honest about it. And of course, all the news anchors, left wing, right wing assholes who just either kiss ass to the government or kiss ass to specific politicians they think should be in government. They're like, oh, hey, we're getting reports that the government's already, you know, doing its best to handle the situation in, this part of the country and things like that. But you're getting so many shots, like the cinematography, they're just showing these panning shots of like cities in ruin. There's one where it's like someone is taking a video or streaming, whatever. They were just like skateboarding with their buddies, and these fucking helicopters fly over, and there's like zombies that were hanging onto the helicopters, and they're just falling from the sky. And there's one that like crashes into a car right next to him.
it's fucking brutal. The zombies. So the zombies in this particular fucking movie, it feels like what would happen if all of the mental limitations that we had were essentially eradicated, and all we cared about was essentially just getting to the goal and doing whatever was necessary.
Yeah, they're very relentless is the word I would use. Like they see a person, their whole body is in it. They are going for that fucking person.
They perform the task with their whole pussy.
With their what?
You fucking heard me.
Yeah, you are correct. That is They perform the whole task with their whole pussy. That is
They
not
do.
a. That's not a
They
phrase.
put
It's not
they
a. That
put
is
the
not a series of words I expected to hear or learn about today. Gotta say,
they they put their clitoris forward and they're proud of it.
they helicopter their clit like it's a 8 foot dick.
Can we
They,
stop talking now? I think I'm gonna go jump in a hole. All right.
that's understandable.
Um,
What an
but
interesting turn of events. Anyway,
anyway,
yeah, there's one shot of a zombie where it's running at someone and like it fell and one of its arms is like broken and dislocated behind it, like over its head. And it's just running with that arm dangling behind it, and it's like it's kind of
yeah,
funny, but it's also like Jesus Christ, like
yeah.
chill.
It's like, bro, what the fuck? Please stop. uh, so anyway, um, now that the tension has deflated, there is another instance where um, so basically, what has happened is they have decided to stop in a city, but they have to go past what would be the next stop in their path. And so, as they're doing so, they pass the station, but unfortunately, there's a bunch of people who are outside of the train who try to essentially slam on the windows so that they can basically try to get themselves on.
Yeah, which is kind of sad in its own way. Just like literally their only option is to bang on the window and hope that it breaks. That's all they got.
Yep, pretty much. And unfortunately, we get to see them all get completely fucking murked. And one thing that I really like about the scene is that basically the way that it plays out is they slow down at the station, but they don't stop. And so a crowd of people immediately bang on the windows, but they're just regular people. However, the people that are inside the car, they still like reel back and step back in fear because they obviously wouldn't know at first whether or not they were zombies and everything, and they would obviously still be very high strung, which is a detail that I really, really appreciate.
Yeah. Um. And yeah, they pass that station, and the conductor's like, "Hey, we're gonna go on to the next station because supposedly the military's there. Things might be all right. We're gonna hope for the best." Um. And funny enough, you think it's gonna be like a long ride there. You almost think like that's gonna be the end goal of the movie, but like that's the next scene actually. Um. To quote to quote you quoting Mahler, it's surprising how much of this movie they actually don't spend on the train. Like it's not egregious or anything. It's just the right amount where you get to see a bit
Yeah.
more of what's going on around them.
There's a lot of scenes where like the stakes are constantly like altering, and a really good example of that is actually the one that comes up immediately following this, where they actually get to the station in question that is their next stop, which happens surprisingly, as you said, surprisingly quick.
Yeah,
um,
and when they get there, it's really calm at first.
Yeah, it's one of those instances where it's disturbingly calm. Like it being
It's a little
calm in and of
sus.
itself, yeah, it's not a comfort in the slightest. And it's very clear that nobody is, you know, comfortable with the current situation.
Yeah, it's
But
kind of
they
funny to think
essentially,
about. Like, if it was really loud, then you'd be like, "Oh God, there's shit going on." But if it's really quiet, you're like, why is nothing going on?"
yeah, it's like if it's really quiet, you cannot tell what the fuck is happening.
Yeah.
But in any case, they get to the station. They all get off, obviously. And so once they get into the main area, uh, I'm blanking on whether or not you mentioned it, but before this, Seok-Woo had called Kim, and Kim had said that he had some sort of, I think, contact
You
in
mentioned it earlier. Yeah.
right. And so Seok-Woo, obviously, with Suwon in tow, separates from the entire group to try and go get fucking to go meet the military contact and everything like that. And
Yeah,
obviously,
because
King,
what Kim told him, or no, it wasn't Kim. It was some contact that he had. I don't know, some higher up that he knew. But the higher up essentially said, "Hey, Don't go to the North District because that's quarantine. Come to the East District where we're pretty much just we're golden, like we're safe here. And it's like, oh, okay, yeah, cool, let's go. But Seok-Woo doesn't tell anyone else, and Suwon is very upset about that, understandably.
And so they break off. King takes notice, but he reassures his wife, "And don't pay attention to that fucking idiot."
Yeah, guy's dick.
And so, but plot twist, we were a little sneaky in that we didn't mention a particular individual in the last scene where Seok-Woo was on call. Homeless Chad was there. He
Indeed.
was listening in on Seok-Woo and he heard the entire conversation. So he follows Seok-Woo and his daughter and everything like that. And they see a soldier just kind of stumbling down the hall. And because of the fact that homeless Chad was very obviously happy to see a not zombie and a military man, he immediately starts running. But Seok-Woo also follows. However, Seok-Woo, for the safety of Suwon, tells her to stay back. And then we also get more shots with the main group where they're going down an escalator to the main courtyard of the train station.
I love this shot. Okay, this movie cinematography kicks ass, but this shot is so fucking awesome.
Oh yeah, it is. So essentially they're all going down the escalator. We get plenty of shots of the main characters' faces, of them being very clearly like, you know, like they're very clearly just on edge and everything like that. But we finally get this one particular shot of the it's essentially a big crowd of soldiers, and all we see is their feet and them shuffling while growling noises are heard.
Yeah.
And then
The camera's
it cuts
going
back-
down. The camera's going down the escalator with. It's like a POV shot almost. It's really good.
Yeah, and that's another thing about the camera, is that a lot of times it feels as if the camera is almost a character within the world itself.
Yeah.
Um,
Even gets hit at one point. Zombie fucking flies into it. Sick.
Yeah, it's fucking great. But yeah, so essentially it pans down and it cuts to our group of people one more time, and then it immediately cuts to all of the zombies again. And turns out all of them are zombies, and this massive crowd of zombies just immediately starts going to town on everyone there.
Yeah.
And,
And all the people, you know, immediately they turn around. They're trying to run up a down escalator with lots of people on it. So.
yeah. But of course,
Also-
King.
Well, I was
Go
gonna
ahead.
say, Seong-Wook King. He actually, he picked up on it because when they were going down the escalator, he saw like a bloody riot shield, and he was like, "Something's
Fishy
amiss
wishy.
here. This is fishy wishy. That's right." And yeah, our king, he takes his wife, carefully vaults her because you know she's pregnant. Carefully vaults her over the escalator onto the stairs where they'll have free movement, basically. And yeah, that's how they get out of there. And then
then, of
that's
course,
that's when we cut back to our protagonist, who, you know, they see the military guy stumbling, and it's like, oh, he's don't even know if he actually no, I don't think he's been bitten, but he's wounded. He's, you know, he
Yeah,
tripped or
he's
something.
wounded.
And behind him, just from the turn of the corner, comes this massive horde of zombies just fucking like
Well, yeah.
borrowing through.
Well, yeah, because what happens first is like, oh god, it's so great. There's a fucking close up on his face where he's just like, and this actor had a very small role, obviously, because it's just basically an extra. But he brought his entire fucking A game for it.
Yeah.
Because essentially there's a shot of his face and he just goes, "Help me!" And while he's going, "Help me," a fucking zombie
Jumps on him.
trips. Well, it trips first, and then it immediately lunges, and so many other zombies follow after. It's fucking great.
Yeah. And it's like, it's this immediate, like, oh, turn around. Nuh-uh, that's not the way to go. Even if there are people, which I think can be safely presumed because he called his contact man, like, right before they got there. East
Yeah.
side of that city may very well be fucking paradise, but they're not going to get there. There's no fucking way they're getting there. So time to run. That
No.
option is
Yeah.
off. Those cards are off the table. That is no more.
Yeah, and like I have to say that like I've said it before, but like I need to mention it again. Like this fucking move, it's so good at building tension, deflating the tension, and then slowly building that tension back up once more. Because like what essentially happens in this scene is another aspect is like right before um the horde of zombies comes up on Seok-Woo, and Homeless Man is like El said, like his contact calls him and is immediately like, "Hey, Seok-Woo, something's wrong. I can't get in contact with my men." And then Seok-Woo has this realization right as Homeless Man is finally getting close to the soldier. He's like,
Yeah.
"Oh, we're fucked."
He's like, oh, this was not the way to go. This was not the place to stop at. And so then he turns around and, of course, picks up his girl, his baby girl, on the way out.
Well, not no, he doesn't. He's not actually the one who picks her up.
Or yeah, no, he doesn't pick her up. She's about to be attacked by a zombie. Like there's this really, oh man, the slow motion in this movie is so preserved, but it's so good when it happens. Yeah, zombie's about to attack her, and it's like, oh fuck, he's not near her. Holy shit! And our king Seong-Woo, he just comes around the corner, fucking body checks this zombie, just utterly nails it to the side, and saves the day, like the king he is.
Yes, and then of course, obviously, Seok-Woo and Homeless Man have to get away from all of these fuckers now. And so there's this wonderful sequence where now so many people are just absolutely getting murked. They're dying. And Seok-Woo, essentially all of the survivors get past the door leading into the corridor to the train, obviously. And now there's a sort of parallel situation here where King is on the other side of a quote-unquote safe door, while Seok-Woo is currently fighting for his life, trapped by a zombie. And it's this nice sort of reversal situation where, because of it, obviously, it's because of the entire situation, it's going to sort of change Seok-Woo's perspective a little bit, because throughout the entire first, third of the movie, he's constantly getting saved by other people while only worrying about himself or his daughter.
Yeah, and that was one of the things, was that his daughter called him out on it. She was like, you only care about yourself. And he doesn't even have anything to say that. He's like, well, I mean...
Yep.
Yeah, a little bit.
And it's funny, too, because part of the reason he was stunned was when she said that. She said, that's why mommy left. And he just... He can't even fucking argue with her. He's just like, God, you're right. Fuck off.
Yep, not much you can really say at that point.
And then, so immediately after that, we have another situation, another instance of characters being smart, where Seok-Woo notices a book right beside him, and so he shoves it into the mouth of the zombie that's on top of him, which is, you know, I don't think I have to tell you why that's really smart. Cover up the mouth, can't bite you. That way you at least don't have to worry about that.
Not only that, but, and granted, if he wasn't as tired as he probably is, this would have made more of a difference, but it would give him a bit of a way of turning the zombie to get off of him. But at that point, he is pretty tired. And Homeless Man, absolute chat. He doesn't throw himself at the zombie or anything. He's not like a particularly strong guy, but he has this big coat on, and he throws it on top of the zombie to, like, kind of discombobulate it a bit. And then that's when Seong-Wook's able to throw the thing off of him, kick him off, and that's when he's able to make his run.
Yeah, and
go on.
The interesting thing to note about this entire sequence is that the second that Homeless Man throws his coat over the zombie, some kind of weird happens, where the zombie gets off of Seok-Woo and is basically completely helpless to amend its situation. It's stumbling about.
Oh my god, I didn't even notice that. Oh, that's fucking...
Yeah, it's the first hint of something that's paid off later in the film.
Oh, that's fucking delicious. Oh, thank you for that delicious, yummy bite, that crumbly goodness.
Oh yeah. So yeah, this zombie is now stumbling about. It's basically completely passive, essentially. Like it's looking for shit, but it doesn't know what to do. So Seok-Woo goes up to the door, and King lets him in. But unfortunately, there's another wave that comes immediately after he gets to the door, and now there's a massive horde of zombies just fucking slamming into this set of double doors and everything. It's complete chaos. And King is trying to
I'll get him
essentially,
confused.
yeah, they're both great, but they are distinct. Um, but yeah, King is essentially trying to access a manual lock at the very top of the door and stuff like that, while everybody else is helping to hold the door in place. Meanwhile,
But
we
it's a
go
set
back to
of
the train.
well, real quick, it's a
Go,
set of double doors though, so the complication is reaching up to turn it while these doors are basically in constant back and forth movement because the zombies are bashing against them and the people are trying to push them back.
Mhm. While this is happening, everybody who managed to get away and isn't holding the doors is getting back to the train. But unfortunately, there's a crowd of people who are very panicked and they don't pay attention to which car they're opening. And they open a car with a bunch of zombies. So
Yeah,
that's even more people dead, unfortunately. Which is it's another one of those instances where it's a mistake that I could believe. Like,
yeah.
I could absolutely believe that these people are so fucking panicked that
They're
they just don't
panicked.
stop.
Well, not only that they're panicked, but they're looking behind them because there's giant horde of zombies behind them, so their attention isn't focused where that next threat is, which yeah, it makes complete sense why they would just completely it would slip their mind.
Yeah. Um, because as far as they know, behind unsafe, forward safe.
Yeah.
Um, but anyway, after that, now we essentially once again we have that instance where the fucking protagonists are pincered from both sides essentially,
Pincered.
which it's good.
Pincered. It's a
Yeah,
cool use of that word.
yes. Which it's amazing to me that this movie is able to set up three instances essentially of the characters being pincered and everything like that completely naturally, I might
Yeah.
add.
It's also a really good way of avoiding a trap. This whole situation is a really good way of avoiding a trap that The Walking Dead unfortunately falls into, where there's so many fucking survivors that you can't bring yourself to know and care about every character. Here, we're like, what, 40 minutes into the movie, maybe? Um, they kill off so many characters, so many people in the train, or that were in the train, in a way that's completely believable. And also, even very, very minor characters like the baseball team, because the only people from the baseball team surviving are the cheerleader girl and our little loner boy.
Yeah, baseball
So,
boy.
yeah, baseball boy. So it's a very fucking effective way of completely bypassing the issue of like, there are other survivors. Surely they should be characterized as well, and they sort of are. They have their own little dialogue moments and stuff like that. But yeah, it doesn't have to worry about that now, which is really fucking. I love
Yeah,
it. I love it so much.
we're like a third of the way through the movie, and we're almost entirely down to our core cast members, and that's
Yeah,
it.
and it's also a really great way of raising the stakes of like, fuck, they're the only people left now. Like that's scary.
Yeah,
Even if there aren't as many zombies on the train, there's still way less of them now.
yeah. So while this is happening and all the other survivors are attempting to run towards safety, up top there is another set of zombies that are crashing against a window, and they essentially cause it to break. And now there are zombies coming from the top and getting on the train
Oh, it's so good. They fucking
onto its roof.
So this is something we haven't really talked about yet. This movie's use of CGI is so fucking smart because even though they're basically in broad daylight, what they do with the CGI, and it's something that I've actually noticed a lot of Korean product. All of Us Are Dead also does this, where the CGI is they have the horde as a CGI, but they're moving so fast that there's no way you're gonna be fucking catching those little details. Like it'll look slightly off, like you'll know it's CGI if you have an eye for that, but you're not gonna see like fucking a green screen behind them or weird like tethering effects going on. It's just it happens very instantly.
Yeah, the movie comes off as if the people behind it knew their strengths, and
Yeah,
so
they
they
knew their
worked.
budget and they knew exactly how to handle it.
Yeah, and so they worked around it, and it's fucking great.
Indeed.
But now that we have been pincered, we also have an instance where um, pregnant lady. So essentially, the two sisters are together, but that instance of that zombie, like a zombie falls between them, and this is the zombie that like breaks its arm and has its arm like hanging over its
Yeah,
neck
yeah.
and everything, and it chases older sister, but she's saved by pregnant lady and Swan, and they manage to get into a car that is clear, I think. Um, However, homeless man runs up and begs them to let him onto the train, which is another instance of him being saved by people, which may come into play later on in the movie. But
Yep.
essentially, they get on that car, and finally, we cut to businessman with the train steward,
Real
where
quick, uh, just a little thing about homeless man trying to get on. It's also really a good way of like saying, hey, just reinforcing that Suan and pregnant lady are very selfless people. They saw this man who, let's be real, Asian countries don't have the best disposition towards homeless people.
oh god no,
They are very much treated like vagrants and vagabonds that no one cares about. At least by like the general public. Obviously, I'm sure there's plenty of people in those countries who are actually very kind-hearted about it. But it's kind of like America in that sense. Um, so to show them, they're not like, ew, homeless guy or whatever. Like I don't know if we can trust him. It's just like no, they let him right on. They're good old folk, they're good
yeah,
people.
like there's a moment of hesitation from pregnant lady as she's
Yeah.
like sort of assessing the situation, but like almost immediately
You get the
she
sense
helps
that
him.
it's from not from like ew he's homeless or whatever. It's a sense of trying to be pragmatic and like can we let him on without letting that fucking horde in, which they
Yeah.
do, thankfully.
Because it's very interesting because pregnant lady and Swan very clearly like they have like a very clear like moral compass that they just like they refuse to let go, and it's essentially the moral compass of if we have the ability to help people, then we should,
Absolutely.
um, which is of course a moral compass that I think anybody can get behind.
Yep. And
But
also I guess it's worth saying it's not like similar to King Song-won. It's not like a Mary Sue kind of thing, where it's just like, no, Suwon's perfect, pregnant lady's perfect. It's like, no, pregnant lady, they're very respectable about the fact that she's pregnant. Like she is independent in that she can handle herself pretty decently, but she's not fighting off a zombie or running faster than other people or any stupid shit like that, like you'd see in an American movie.
yeah, apart from like the child and the old lady, she's very clearly the weakest of the bunch.
Yeah, and she has one moment very late in the movie of trying to help someone, and she can barely do anything because she's pregnant.
Yeah.
She's not worthless, but I mean, she's pregnant. Makes a bit of a difference. Well, she's not very pregnant, I guess. Because she calls the kid a fetus, but her belly is sticking out a bit, so I don't know. She's probably in like her second trimester, I would guess. So it's like,
That'd be my guess as well.
yeah, like it's affecting her, but it's not crippling her. Like it's not a situation. You never get a moment, thank God, of like, oh God, my water broke. Holy fuck! It's like, oh, this ain't
Yeah,
the
thank
time.
you.
That'd be pretty inconvenient.
Yeah, but now that they're safe, I think we cut back to our guys who are still holding back the door, and they finally managed to get it locked. But oh no,
There's a lot of
the
zombies on the other side, though.
yeah, oh no, we got it locked, but oh fuck, the glass is cracking,
Yeah,
and
that
so
locked door holds for all of like 3 seconds, maybe.
yeah, and this is sort of what I mean, where like the tension, like the stakes are constantly moving about and not necessarily resetting, but gaining more
Yeah.
nuance, if you will. Because like at first, the situation was, oh, okay, all right, we have zombies coming from two sides. We need to run from those zombies. Oh, okay. Our main character is trapped by the zombies, but he manages to get away. But they weren't able to seal the door. So now we have one group of people who have to hold the door so that everybody doesn't get fucked. And it's like, okay, cool. But oh, wait, fuck. People opened up a car with zombies. So now we're getting essentially pincered from both sides, and we have to worry about that. But oh, fuck. Wait, no, there's another set of zombies that broke some windows. And so now we have to deal with three groups of zombies. Like the stakes are constantly changing while still being extremely clear.
I would say
And then, of course,
it's not even necessarily the stakes so much as what's the word? I
the
guess
situation.
the threat itself. Like
Yeah, like the threat is always evolving.
Yeah, I was just about to say the threat is evolving as the characters do things.
Yeah,
Everything is reactionary. You know, threat does a thing, characters do another thing. Threat responds in this way, cause and effect is constant. And it's very nice.
yeah, yeah. Which is one thing that I have to say about this movie is like there's an amazing sense of cause and effect.
Yeah, for sure.
And so the glass breaks, and all of the zombies topple over each other while our remaining heroes, try to run towards the train. However, unfortunately, the two baseball boys in the front weren't necessarily paying attention to where they were going, so they immediately get tackled by a set of zombies. And this is where we have our first instance where Seok-Woo is sort of changing a little bit, because unfortunately Baseball Boy is frozen in fear as he is watching more of his friends die. And
Yeah.
Seok-Woo immediately grabs him the second he gets up to him and go, fucking get up, idiot, move.
Yeah.
And he snaps him out of it, and then they continue running.
Which I also think is it's kind of like a fatherly instinct kicking in, which is really appropriate for his character for hopefully obvious reasons. There's a nice.
What do you mean? I don't know.
Well, you know, but yeah, I really like it for that reason.
Yeah. Like, it feels like a bit of development to an extent, but, like, it's not... It doesn't come out of nowhere. Like, he has a very clear, like, reason as to why he might act this way.
Yeah, and it's not even in a moment that would like is risking himself. He just sees someone petrified. And he's like, yeah, hey, come on, let's go.
Yeah.
Which is really nice.
And after that, now they're the last people who have to get onto the train. And so they're running. They manage to find a car that's safe. But unfortunately, while Baseball Boy and Seok-Woo were able to get on, Sang-Hwang is obviously a bigger dude. He's not able to catch up to them as quickly. And so we have yet another instance where we sort of see this change in Seok-Woo, where him and Baseball Boy they're both like hanging outside of the train, like holding their hands out, waiting for Seok-Woo and stuff like that, trying to grab him. But of course, not Seok-Woo, Sang-Hwan. But Sang-Hwan, being the fucking king that he is, you know, he sort of looks away from the other two, and you're like, I wonder why that is. And then he, like, sort of veers off a little bit, grabs a riot shield and a baton, and starts fucking beating the shit out of zombies that are in front of him.
Yeah, it gives him a really it's really smart but also dangerous. So like you're concerned for him, but also like, oh man, that's great. Which is it's really impressive to balance that set of emotions.
Yeah. And of course, like this.
It's like, where is he going? What the fuck? Oh, he's got things, so now he can have an easier time running towards them, but oh fuck, now he's got to run more.
Yeah. And it's one of those instances where it could have very easily turned into a moment where the where the creators and everything could have like had it to where, oh yeah, they just don't factor in the zombies that are in front of them, but they remember them and they factor them in, and because of that the scene is even more tense while still maintaining a sense of continuity, which, oh god, it's so nice to have that in a fucking film.
Yeah. I will say, because we haven't like fucking laser-eyed, counted every zombie in every shot, and factored in their position. And I'm sure the creators didn't either. That's a bit of a tall order when there's that many things going on.
Yeah.
It would be unrealistic to expect that of them. But it does feel like there's a constant sense of this is where zombies are. Therefore, when characters go that way, they need to be careful.
Yeah, like they're always taking into account where all of the pieces on the chessboard are,
Yeah,
which is
um,
really fucking nice.
it sure is. And yeah, this is also like right before this was where we talked about it a little bit, where businessman is like, "Hey, let's just get on the front train car and go." But the conductor's like, first, he doesn't like scold him or anything. He's like, "We can't do that," but also we literally can't do that because uh, this train station, like, you need to be at a certain train station to be able to disconnect the trains. Which I don't know how trains work. Maybe that's true. I don't know. I assume so.
Yeah, there's no reason to necessarily like not believe him.
Right. Um, it's not as simple as in some things where it's like, pull the lever, now all the back cars are gone.
Yeah. Um, and
Also,
this is
also to add to that, I think this movie does a really good job at. There's never a moment where you think to yourself, if they just stay put, they'll be fine.
yeah,
Because sometimes that'll
because
happen in zombies things where it's like you guys, if you just chill out for a bit, stay here. Like you have a decent amount of, like you can stay here probably for like a day or two, maybe reassess your situation and not be so, you know, jumping the gun. That's not the
yeah,
case in this movie. They are always. They're not necessarily. I mean, they are always in danger, but you know,
there's never a point where there's never any point where the characters can just stay there and do nothing.
yeah,
They
it's an
always
eye
have
of
to act.
it's an eye of the storm situation where they might be safe right now, but they are surrounded. They cannot stay put. They got to move with the eye or move the eye themselves in that sense.
Yeah. And like El said, this is an instance where we're starting to sort of see that deadly pragmatic element to businessman.
Yeah,
Where he's not trying to abandon the people that are already on the train, but he damn sure doesn't want to wait for the people that haven't gotten there yet.
yeah.
Which is again,
He's not even saying fuck them. He's saying like, dude, I want to go. Like, let's go. Let me out of here.
yeah, like we gotta go. Like we can't be here right now.
Yeah.
There's too many lives at stake.
Yep. And
Um,
I love the conductor. He's a cool character. He's a nice man.
well, no, because he's not talking to the conductor in this scene. He's talking to the steward.
Oh yeah, yeah. He's. Oh, I forgot about the steward. Whoops.
However, yes, conductor is not a character that we see much of or gets much development, but he's still Chad.
Yeah, he's just a kind old man. He's doing his best.
Yep. Um. So now, all of our characters are finally back on the train to Busan, and
Roll credits.
unfortunately, we have our first instance of the stakes altering in this particular scene because in the case of pregnant lady Suwon and grandma, I'm just going to call her that from now
Yeah.
on. They are unfortunately what they didn't realize is that they went into a median where they went into a median that is directly attached to a car that has zombies in it.
Directly
So,
attached to two, and there's nothing between them. Like the doors are broke.
yep. And so pregnant lady gets a smart idea where she's like, okay, well, let's get into one of the bathrooms. And so they all very quietly sneak into one of the bathrooms, but there's this wonderful shot where there's a slight musical sting. As soon as a zombie in a parallel bathroom notices them.
Yeah.
And then unfortunately they're just unable, like he gets to them just before they're able to close the door fully. And so now the entire horde of 2 cars worth of zombies are bearing down on them while they are trying their best to hold the door closed. And so then it cuts to the rest of our heroes. Baseball girl managed to get in the front car where the majority of the survivors are, and so she's trying to contact baseball boy, and she finds out where they are, and she tries to convince the steward to let them in and that they're going to come to the car. However, businessman pipes up once again and says, "Well, hey, they might get here, but like they might be bitten and infected, and there's no way that we can know until they get here."
Yep.
And this is one of those things where you may have missed it on a first viewing, but it's an amazing attention to detail where the businessman mentions that like some of these people don't even know if their families are okay, and yet you're asking us to let on people who got separated from us and for all we know could have been infected and endanger the entire car.
Yeah, if even one of them has been grazed by teeth, like, and we let them in, we're fucked. There's nothing we can do about it. Because, and it makes sense for the setting that they're in. There's no knives, there's no guns, there's no anything. Like, at best they have the bats from the baseball team. Like, that is it.
Yep. And so, I said it was one of those things where you might have missed it on your first viewing because I definitely did where like
I did too.
it's that little detail of like it completely makes sense. Like this is entirely like a valid perspective and he's not even necessarily worried about himself here. He brings up the fact that like yeah, like nobody here knows what their friends and family status are. They don't know if they're okay. They're trying to get the fuck out of here and you're endangering them.
Yeah, and it makes sense for his character given what we learn about him later.
Yeah, it's that deadly pragmatism thing that we were talking about earlier, which is fucking great.
Yeah, and it doesn't even... It sort of adds to him because you get the sense that the person that he's going to see... I was just going to say it, like, or whatever. He's going to Busan to see his mom because he doesn't know if she's safe or anything. He has no way to get a hold of her. And you get the sense that if his mom was there on the train, he would be putting her first, possibly, and even maybe she would set him straight on a couple of things. Like, he
Yeah,
really cares about his mama.
he's not a bad person per se when the movie starts. It's just that his moral compass starts to steadily erode as more things happen, and he's becoming more what's the word? Anxious to get to
Uh,
his mother.
yeah. He's not a bad person, but he's doing bad things.
Yeah.
Sort of an ends justify the means guy, and God, if he had survived, he'd probably be living with a lot of fucking guilt
Oh,
after all he did.
absolutely. Um.
So yeah,
So yeah.
it's pretty understandable that he'd be like, I don't want to let other people in this car, and he does convince them, which, it makes sense because he's like big business COO man who, cuts deals and stuff. It makes sense that he would be able to talk people into it, and that his pragmatism would be something he could convey pretty clearly. Which,
I'm gonna.
what was that?
I'm just gonna grab a drink real quick. I'll be right back.
Okay,
Take it
doke.
away, El.
I will take it away, buddy.
So, let me do a bit of jumping ahead here. At this point, we're about an hour into the movie, and we're coming up on a scene that Luce loves so much. I can't just leave him on that. But what we do get before that scene is, so we saw all the other people be, businessman being like, I don't know, people in the car might be infected and we'd be fucked. And, these people got families they got to worry about. So then we cut to Seong-Woo or Seok-Woo and Sungwon and the baseball boy who I'm gonna look up his actual name because I don't want to call him baseball boy. Sorry, Luce. Um, who, by the way, his actor is also in Parasite, which I watched recently, and that is a very fucking good movie. Um, so his name in the movie is Min Young-gook, and he's played by Choi Woo-shik. So Min, I'm just gonna call him Min. He recognizes, oh hey, we're in the cart of the train where my team was, where our baseball team was. Cool. We can get some bats. We can get some tape. We can get padding to put on ourselves. and make ourselves less susceptible to being bit, which is really good, especially on the wrist because the wrist seems to be where people are typically very vulnerable because it's kind of that in between of their hands are doing things while their arms are doing the movement. So yeah, their wrist is and their forearm is very important to protect. And so our three heroes, our three Chads and King, or two Chads and King, excuse me. They're like, all right, we got to make it to the other car. You know, get you to your pregnant wife, get me to my baby girl, get this kid to his girlfriend. And King takes the lead. He tells, which this is an inconsistency. It doesn't really matter because like the situation kind of goes crazy anyways. But like, Seong-Woo's like, all right, I'll be in front. Kid, you be behind me because you're the smallest. And main character guy, you get in the back to protect us, just in case something happens. And the way it actually goes is Seong-Woo's in the front, and then main character's behind him, and then baseball boy Min is behind them. Which I just thought that was kind of funny. Doesn't really matter because, like I said, the situation goes crazy anyways, and they, break off into like the seats and stuff to fight individual zombies. But it is really cool.
Yeah.
It is really funny.
I'm
Also-
trying to look at the time code now so that I can see like if there's something specific that causes the sort of break in formation.
Oh, I don't know. Oh, and for those wondering, the reason they're like, "Oh, we got to get to the front of the train car," was because they got on the phone because they got a call from Suwon, I think. Or no,
Yeah.
they got a call from the girlfriend of Min.
Yeah, so it was Suwon calling on wife's phone
Yes,
because wife would obviously be busy holding back all of the zombies and everything.
yeah. So Suwon calls, and then girlfriend gets on the phone to talk to Min, and then when she's talking about them coming back up, that's when businessman's like, "Yo, no, we can't let them back up." And but by that point, they've hung up and all that. And so our three characters try to get to the front car, but it's like, there's zombies between us. What are we gonna do? So they get all their padding and stuff on, tape it up real good, protect themselves, get their bats, get the riot shield. And that's when they go through and they start doing the fight, and it's a pretty good fight, but they're clearly struggling. It's a lot of zombies. It's not even that there's a lot, but like there's just enough to overwhelm them a bit. And then that's when they go through a tunnel. And this tunnel reveals something that was hinted at with that bit about the homeless man's coat, which I'm so glad you pointed that out, buddy. I love you.
You're welcome. Love you too, buddy.
So they get into the tunnel, and all of a sudden the zombies they just stop. They just go docile. They're like, eh. And you're like, what the fuck? And it's like, oh, they're blind. Okay, because they look in their eye, they look in the zombies' eyes, and they got that foggy, blind eye look to them, and it's like, oh, they're at least partially
Well, they're not.
blind.
Yeah, I don't know if it's blind so much as it is like their vision is very, very bad.
Yeah, it's very dependent on light. Um, and so they're going through the tunnel, and the zombies just go docile, and they're like, oh, okay. So they start sneaking around them, and I believe someone bumps into like a bag, and I think its main character bumps into a bag that's on one of the shelves overhead,
Yeah,
and it causes a bunch of baseballs to drop down, and the zombies turn that way, and that's when they're like, oh, okay, we can use. This is The Last of Us. It's like little clickers, we can use sound to fuck with them. Okay.
yes.
And so they start getting around, and right as they're getting to the end, they exit the train exits the tunnel, and the zombies are like, "Hey, well, how'd you get over there?" They're like, "Oh fuck." It's
We've been trying to contact you, but your car's extended warranty.
oh god, oh Jesus Christ, it was all a
They're like-
ruse.
And they're like, "No, I don't care about that."
I don't own a car. Leave me alone, motherfucker.
Uh,
So they run and they close the door behind them, and so the zombies can't get to them. But they got more ahead of them. It's like, oh fuck, okay. Well, or wait, was this when? Was this when they got to the bathroom where their peoples were?
no. They have to go through 3 cars before they can.
That's right.
Yeah, so this is they got through one car. Now they have to get through two more.
That's
And
another
so
thing.
they
Ignoring my dumb moment, this movie does a really good job of letting you know, like, these characters are in this car. These characters are in this car. They don't, like, tell you all the time, but they're like, hey, these characters are here, these characters are here, these characters are here. And so that's the distance they have to cover.
yep, it's very good about continuity.
Yep. But,
Um
yeah, they're like, oh, fuck, we got more zombies ahead, but hey, we can wait this out. We can do this tunnel thing because we got more tunnels, right? Main character takes his phone and he looks at like Google Earth, not Google Earth, but Google Maps, and he sees, all right, there's a tunnel 2 miles ahead. We're going like 168 miles an hour, something like that. So, we'll get there in a pretty decent amount of time, but we do have to be quick. And so they get to the tunnel, and what main character does is he takes the phone of King Seong-Woo, who, by the way, his background is the ultrasound of his baby, which is just wonderful. I love him. I want to marry a woman like that or a man like that. Either or, doesn't matter to me.
hell yeah,
But
baby.
I want a picture of my baby. But uh, he takes the phone. I don't remember which phone, but he takes one of the phones and he calls the other. Or no, sorry. This is a little bit ahead. Let me look at this. Hold on. I want to make sure I get the details right, even though it's really not maybe not the biggest deal.
All good, all good. It's very important.
Yeah, yeah. Let's see here. They're fighting, zombies, blah 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 blah. Darkness. Okay, yeah. So they go into the second train car. They go into and they get in the seats while they're in the tunnel so that they aren't seen. And about halfway through the car, because all the zombies are at the other end, uh, Seok-Woo takes one of the phones, slides it down to the other end of the car, calls it, and then the zombies hear the ringtone and they go that way, and then they go the other way,
Which
and
is
they.
another instance. Sorry, no, go ahead. I
No, you
apologize.
you go ahead.
Um, it's another lovely instance of characters finding new information and then using that information to their advantage. Like it's so fucking weird having cuz we have so much media nowadays, especially from the West. Gut fuck the West. Um where they go out of their way to artificially give the intelligence of their characters so that they can have the specific moments that they want, even at the cost of, again, the integrity of their characters and everything like that. So it's so fucking weird to me that, to have, a piece of media where, the writers and everything like that went out of their way to make the characters as smart as they possibly could while also, being reasonable and stuff like that.
Yeah, and it really adds to their likability too. Like when you see someone doing something really smart and creative, that's when you're like, ah, I like them.
Yeah, it took watching Train to Busan to realize just how much the intelligence of a character adds to their likability. Like fuck me, dude.
Yeah. And I was mistaken. So the first train cart that they passed in the tunnel, after they realized it, was where they were climbing on the shelves, and Seong-Wook takes a bag and like throws it behind them, so the zombies go over there.
Well, no, because that's after they've rendezvoused.
Shit, it is. I'm a dum dum.
Yeah, because they get through one car by just brute force.
Yeah.
And then they get through the next car. They're trying to brute force it, but then they're like, "Oh shit, it's dark now." And then in the third and final car is when they use the phone tactic.
Yes, that's what it is. Thank you.
No problem.
So yeah, the after doing the phone trick, they get to the median, trademark by Luce Belmont,
Yes.
and that's when they in the bathroom they see all the other characters: homeless man, pregnant lady, granny, and Suan. who, by the way, the actress who plays Suwon, her last name or surname or whatever is also Suwon, but it's spelled differently. I think that's kind of funny.
Yeah.
But at this point, they pass out of the tunnel, so they're like, "Oh fuck, okay." So they get in the other bathroom across from it and wait out until they get to the next tunnel, which is like 2 miles out. So it's not very long until they're gonna get there. And they go out and they get their kids and they get the kid and everyone else, and they start going. And this is where, thank you, Luz. They climb on the shelves where all the baggage is, and Seong-Wook takes the bag, throws it behind them. Zombies go over there, and they're crawling, trying to be real quiet. It's really tense because they're taking their time, which they have to because they got to be quiet.
Yeah.
And so characters start getting down, and almost everyone's into the next train car, or into the median at least. And the only characters left to get out of there are Seok-Woo and I keep wanting to say Seong-Wook, but it's not. It's Seok-Woo.
Yeah.
Him and Homeless Man are the last two, and they get out of the tunnel. So it's like, oh fuck, okay. So they get between the seats. That way the zombies don't see them. And the zombies aren't, they're kind of wandering around, they're kind of meandering, but they're not really going towards them.
Mm.
And so Seok-Woo's like, all right, cool. So on the count of three, we don't know when the next tunnel is. So on the count of three, we're going to run. He says one, he says two, and then Homeless Man accidentally steps on a can of soda, and it's like, oh, fuck. All right, so they got a bolt. And I really like that moment.
Yeah, it's one of those instances where the zombies don't immediately it's believable because obviously all of the zombies wouldn't immediately go towards them, but enough would go towards them to cause a big disturbance for all of them. It's also another instance where we start to see Seok-Woo is actually he's actually changing and stuff like that because he goes out of his way to help the homeless person rather than just leaving him behind.
And also, actually, right before this, before they got into that last tunnel, there was a really nice moment in the bathroom with Min, Seok-Woo, and Seong-Woo, where Seok-Woo's looking at his phone, and Seong-Woo's like, he's kind of giving him some shit, but in a lighthearted way. Not he's not being a persistent asshole about what happened earlier. Bygones have been bygones at this point.
Yeah,
and so. He talks to him and he's like, hey, you're clearly a hard worker. I can see that. You care about your kid, don't you? And he's like, yeah. He's like, yeah. Dads get all the shit, don't they? And none of the credit. And I'm like, oh, that is a big true.
But he caps it off by saying it's all about sacrifice.
It is all about sacrifice. And one day his girl will grow up and see that he was doing his best. Because he recognized there was kind of when they first saw them in the bathroom, he was like, oh, you're kind of, you hugged your kid, she hugged you, but it was kind of awkward. Wasn't. Yeah. It wasn't like this, big smile, because when he saw his pregnant wife, he got this biggest, most fucking adorable smile I've ever seen.
Oh yeah, it was really cute too, because the way that it plays out, right, is that he goes up to the door, he does a little knock on it, and then he opens it, and he looks at his wife for a second, and he just has the biggest fucking smile on his face. He's like, hey, and then his wife fucking punches him lightly for scaring her.
And then he punches him right in his chest, and he's like, oh, ew.
Yeah, and he puts his finger up against his lips. He's like, shh. It's so, these characters are so fucking likable and lovable.
They sure is.
And when they get into the bathroom, they're sort of playfully jabbing at each other. Where saying Juan is like, "Hey, how's it feel being able to see a kid, thanks to me?" And then Seok-Woo just is like, "Your ringtone is." He's just like, "Why is your ringtone so tacky, obnoxious?" And Sang-Won is like, "How is it obnoxious? And also, how do I change it?"
He's like, "What's wrong with my ringtone? How do I even change it?" And then then he starts laughing because these fucking old men don't know how to work phones or whatever. And he's like, what are you laughing at, you little punk ass? And he bops him in the head. It's like, ow.
Yeah. It's this moment of just bonding and stuff like that. It's small, it's short, but it's like, oh my god, like these characters are bonding and finally starting to
They're
form
like
some sort of connection and love with each other.
they're like human beings actually getting to know each other. Isn't that nice?
Yep. And yeah, and so now, moving back to, current situation, um our characters are fucking running for their lives, but unfortunately they weren't able to get to the next car on time, and so the door is still just slightly open, and zombies are really wanting in. There's a particular zombie that's being extremely troublesome that has its head in the door, but it's not quite fully in. So its head is
Yeah.
sort of like squished into the door.
And on the other side of the cart is the next median, which would go into where guy's girlfriend and businessman and all the other people are. But, businessman has talked everyone into locking up the door, which they do. I like how they do it. They take, like, clothes and wrap them around multiple doorknobs, and, yeah, they use the fire extinguisher to cool over the glass and things like that. Really smart stuff.
Yeah.
Very practical.
E-
And stuff that I
Even
could
like,
see those people knowing how to do or knowing what to do.
yeah, which is great because we keep mentioning it, but like even the fucking small characters as well have instances where they show their intelligence to an extent without
Yep.
like it being absurd.
So, Min is trying to take a baseball bat and break down that door because he's like, I want to get out of here. This place is smoky. Um, and Seok-Woo and Seong-Woo are trying to hold down the door on the other side where the zombies are trying to come in because the zombies saw them because they don't have a tunnel anymore. But, like Lou said, there's that one zombie keeping her little head poked in. She won't let go. And there's this one moment, I want to look at it because I don't remember what, like, instigates this.
The moment.
It's where he puts his fingers in the door and gets bit.
Oh yeah, by the way, he gets bit.
Yeah, King
Fucking
Songhua
sad.
gets bit, and it's like, oh, that's the poo-poo. That's the poo-poo right there. Let me see. I'm watching it right now. Yeah, but him and Protag are trying their best to hold the door back. He's beating up the zombies, all that stuff. He's trying to hold the door open. Um, let me see. I'm like right there. Come on, do the thing. Oh yeah, okay. So his hand was starting to slip, and he's like, "Fuck, I gotta get a quick grip." And he grabs the end of the door, but then the one zombie bites
Yep.
him, and it's like, "Fuck." Well, okay, that's the end of him then.
Yep.
And goes out like an absolute fucking legend. Tells the main character, he's like, "Hey, come on, I need you to get out of here, take care of your girl, and also promise me that you're gonna take care of my wife and make sure she gets out of this." And for the first time, even though it's the obvious thing he should do, our main character's like, what? He's just sitting there like, what the fuck? I don't want to do this. I don't want to leave you. But obviously he has to. And that's when obviously the wife is like pretty flustered. And I don't remember the name that he gives, but one of the things that was set up earlier for Songhua was that he hadn't named the kid yet that was in her belly, because apparently in Korea it's a thing where like the man typically names the kid. So it was like on him to decide what the name was going to be. And so he hollers out the name and he's like, "That's what I want my kid to be called." And it's like, "Oh, that's the last thing
Yep.
you say to her. That's the big sad."
His final word to his wife is giving his kid a proper name. What a fucking what a champion.
Yeah,
God, this fucking movie.
this is like the second saddest scene of the movie, I think. And he's my favorite character. I don't know if we said that. But yeah, he's my favorite character. I love him. He's just a cool dude. He's a man's man.
Yep. He sure fucking is.
So eventually, yeah, they manage to break into the other cart finally. Or they break into the median, And then that's when the people in the other cart are like trying to hold the door closed to not let them in because again they don't know, like they see a horde of zombies behind them. They're like, we can't fucking, even if they're not bit, that horde's right behind them. We can't be fucking with that.
Yeah. Real quick, um, it, it's going back a little bit, but I want to mention like Elle had already sort of mentioned it, but like I really like just how much hesitation is in Seok-Woo's body before he actually leaves Sangwon.
Yeah,
Like Seok-Woo genuinely appears to be having a lot of trouble leaving this man behind, which of course, you know, considering what happened at the beginning of the movie where he was perfectly okay with, like it shows how far he's come both in terms of, you know, who he is and his relationship with Sangwon, and it's just
yeah, I really like their relationship. They have a fucking awesome dynamic.
Yep. And if you'll give me just 1 second, I
I'm also
can
looking at the
tell
scene
you.
right now, or I'm watching it. I'm like right at the part where he's about to yell the kid's name that he gives because I just want to get that.
Bro, I was literally doing the exact same thing. Same brain cells.
Yeah, we have to go. Let's go. Yoon Soo Yoon. His kid. He named her Yoon Soo Yoon. Also, so yeah, they get into the other media and they're trying to open the door with all the other people blocking that door, trying to hold it closed. And our King Song-Hwa goes out like an absolute fucking unit of power that can't be matched. The zombies get in. He picks up one in like a body slam position and holds it in front of him while pushing the others back. You know, because at this point he's pretty much done. And he's
Yeah,
starting to turn, but like you can see it in his face, like how he's shaking his head. He keeps on fighting it off just so he can keep holding back as long as possible. And it's just like, every second of it, I'm like, salute, salute,
yeah.
fucking, you're
Uh,
such a king.
Another interesting thing about the virus is that like it's, you know, it's one of those things where it's like it's
Very
implied that
quick.
the virus. Yeah, it's very quick, but it obviously like it's the dying part that mainly turns you. And so like, you know, if you have a bite on your fucking leg or you have a bite on your hand, it's going to take longer than if you have a bite on like your head or on your neck because you're going to, you know, you would obviously die faster.
Right. Well, and also just, how blood flows. The further it is
Yeah,
from like your brain and your heart, the more time it's going to take. And he's a big fella. So,
he sure fucking is. And yeah,
have we talked about that? Like this dude is fucking jacked.
he
Like,
is. He is huge. Like, there's a fucking moment. I'm sure you fucking talked about it, but like, there's a moment in one of the previous scenes where he fucking grabs a zombie and just chucks it into the fucking roof.
oh,
And
I
like,
forgot about that. Yeah, there's one. It's earlier on where they're fighting the zombies. I don't think they've discovered the tunnel, the dark thing yet. But
no,
yeah, there's a zombie that runs at him. This motherfucker grabs it by its collar and just throws it into the roof. And it's a smaller guy, a smaller zombie too, so you can kind of buy it. Like this dude just fucking slung this motherfucker
yeah. And to help you understand, like, apparently the actor is actually the personal trainer of the director for this movie.
of the main
He is,
character.
or yeah, the personal trainer of the main character, and like it's in L's, like he's obviously in L's profile picture. This man is fucking beefed.
Oh yeah, he's. It doesn't even really
Double.
show in my profile picture, but like that one picture, I think you sent it, where he's like pumping some iron, where he's working
Oh
out.
yeah,
Like, oh fuck, he's fucking ripped.
he is double titted up on a Sunday.
This dude is Korean Hercules. He is jacked to fuck.
Pretty fucking much, my guy.
Um, so what happens is with uh with Saku's help, they're able to get into the next car by pulling the door open, and they get into the or no, they got into the median, and now they're trying to pull the door open. They get in. Suwon is crying in the median, like she just doesn't know what to do. She's really torn up, and also is one of the nice sister Granny. She's behind Suwon, and so Seok-Woo takes Suwon and takes her into the cart, and then he starts to go back for Granny, but she gets jumped on by a zombie, and it's like, oh fuck, okay.
Yeah, I think she like I could be wrong, but it feels like
She stayed behind to keep them
basically act
off.
as bait.
Yeah,
Yeah,
which is probably the single most selfless thing anyone does in this movie because it's literally I'm using myself as bait and guaranteeing my death just so that you can have like a few extra seconds to like close a door.
yeah. It's one of the like
But you
Granny
clearly
isn't.
need it.
Yeah, like Granny isn't like an extremely complex or a character that has a lot of development, but she's still interesting because she's a decent contrast to all of the other characters because of, like I said, she has that very clear moral compass
Yeah.
that, you know, like it's interesting to have that one character who never actually like falters on that aspect where they're always like, yeah, this is what I believe and I like it's interesting to have that character who has that amount of integrity that like they're never like doubting that
Yep.
moral compass of theirs, which is very like it makes Granny compelling compared
Yeah.
to all of the other characters, even though she doesn't have a huge amount of development, like I said.
I think what makes it work well is that she is such a minor character because if this was like a character who has to make a lot of active decisions, then it's like, okay, I kind of depending on how much they're doing and what they're doing, I'm kind of going to start to struggle to buy that they will maintain that moral compass completely. Like if Rick Grimes was to constantly just. If he were not to have changed after what happened with Shane, then I would be like, all right, well, okay, yeah, come on, come on.
Yeah.
Rick Grimes is cool, by the way. I don't know if I mentioned that.
Yeah, he's the best part of that show. Unfortunately, they fucking ruined it.
Yeah. I don't know if we. I know we've been talking a lot about Walking Dead, but it's probably because we've been actually watching a bit of it lately. So.
Yeah. Um,
I mean,
my
if you
opinion
want, I
is
can
that
start comparing like Granny to I don't know Nikolai from God Zombies if you want, but
you're good.
Nikolai really loves his vodka, never wavers on it. Absolute
Oh,
unit.
absolutely.
Which I
And so,
agree with. I agree with. I'm like, yeah, that vodka stuff's pretty fucking good.
uh, but
They're finally on the
yeah,
next cart, and after all that's happened, after Seong-Woo's given himself up, after Granny's given himself up, one of the most satisfying moments of the movie. Seok-Woo just fucking decks businessman, which
ugh.
again, understandable if not deadly pragmatism from businessman, but just when someone
He has
finally,
every right to be pissed.
yeah, especially after the best character died, that's when it's like, all right, motherfucker, you deserve a good deck in the teeth.
Yep.
That's very satisfying, and
God, it was. And like you can like it shows how much Seok-Woo came to care about Sang-Hwan as well because like while he's asking like why did you do that? We could have saved him. Like he's very clearly breaking down and barely able to maintain composure.
yeah, this is the highest I've been on Kino der Toten in a while. I've been playing
Uh,
one round of Kino der Toten this whole time.
oh, that's fucking dope.
I'm at wave
I
35.
I have found something that I feel like you will appreciate.
Oh yeah,
I don't know why this person decided to make this, but more power to them, I guess. It's just King with a really big head.
it's a caricature. Well, it's not really a caricature because he's not that exaggerated, but he's got a big fucking head.
Well, yeah, because like because if I pull up the actual like original shot that it's based off of, like
It's
the
basically
head
the
is the
same.
only the head is the only thing that's really exaggerated.
I want you to do something. I want you to set your PFP to the one that's not a drawing, and I'm going to set my PFP to the one that's a drawing, just to because it's funny. Oh,
Yeah, okay. Sorry, guys, I got to get rid of my tits for a second to trade them for other tits.
damn,
Don't worry, the tits will come back though. I know you like looking at them.
disgusting.
Yes.
Being attracted to women, disgusting. You must hate women.
God, I hate women. I
It's
hate
fucking
them so much.
someone turned on the big head cheat code for Sungwon.
They sure fucking did. They sure fucking did, bro. Hold on one second.
There we go.
I don't know why the
Oh, that's so funny. It's like this is a really good drawing. Why is his head so fucking big though?
really, like honestly, like fucking 1 second. I don't know what the fuck this new fucking file format is, like fucking WebP or whatever the fuck, but it needs to die.
Oh, oh, fuck those fucking things.
I just want to save it as a PNG. Go fuck yourself.
Yeah, it's like, oh, it helps to protect from copytism. It's like, motherfucker, I'll screenshot it. I don't care. Also, I don't like copyright on images.
Fuck, hold
That's a
on.
questionable road to go down.
Yeah. So you gotta bring it up just a little bit more. Want to be relatively proportional to
I'm
you.
gonna take a drink of water. My throat's getting dry. Nice.
All right, and I got all three of the boys in frame. Let's go.
Oh,
All right. Anyways,
does the drawing even? It
Uh,
doesn't even have the boys. Oh, that's weird.
no. All right. So anyway, moving on to more relevant pastures.
So, anyways, yeah. So he decks the businessman. Hey, he's getting pretty mad at him. Businessman's like, "Oh, he's infected. Get him off of me!" Look in his eyes, and everyone else is just starting to realize, like, eh. Like by everyone else, I mean men and pregnant lady, and like the people that were trying to get to the cart.
Yeah.
They're just looking at him like, "Are you fucking insane?" Like, I get it, but are you insane?
Yeah. Real quick. Sorry for stopping you again, but
You're good.
I just saw something else from rewatching the scene.
Oh god.
As if Granny wasn't enough of a Chad, she was smiling at her younger sister right up until the moment she was tackled.
Yeah, I remember that.
Which, God, and Jesus, that punch was so satisfying. Anyway, sorry, continue.
But excuse me. I'm also having a bit to drink. It's been pretty yummy. It's a strawberry daiquiri. Do you like fruity drinks?
Yes,
Good. So, anyways,
fruity drinks or Chad drinks.
absolutely. Anyways, so the people in the cart are still kind of on businessman's side, and they're like, "All right, you guys need to like go away." So they send the main characters and all of them up to the next cart. They're like, "You can stay up there. Obviously, we're not gonna throw you to the fucking wolves or zombies.
Yeah.
But stay away from us because we don't know." It's like, okay, fine. Girlfriend wants to go with men, and she ends up going, which I liked. I thought it was really cool. She was like, "No, he's like the one person I know. I want to be with him, if it is my time."
It shows her own integrity to an extent.
Yeah.
And another detail that I really like about the scene is, after the businessman tries to convince everybody to throw them out, there's like a long pause where nobody really says anything. But we hear somebody scream, "Just go." But we don't see it. And there's this motion, almost like the camera is struggling to find out who said that before everybody just joins in, which is another really nice touch.
That is a really nice touch. But yeah, they send them ahead, and this is pretty much where the final act of the movie starts.
Yeah. By the way, we still have a third of the movie left.
A little bit, yeah. Well, at this point, how far in the movie? Oh, yeah, we are a third. Yeah, we got quite a bit actually. We got
Yep.
about 40 minutes almost, and we're only an hour
another
and 15 in.
Yeah. Another interesting detail to note is that after the entire crowd yells at them to get out, homeless person is the first person out of the entire crew to go and like actually start moving forward, which so it sort of tells us that he's very used to this sort of thing, so he's not even going to bother fighting it.
Yeah, he knows that unfortunately just nobody's going to listen to a thing that he has to say, and there's no point in him trying to be the one to stand up. It just wouldn't do anything.
Yeah.
And so they go up. It's Seok-Woo, pregnant wife, Suan, Min, his girlfriend, and homeless man. and the rest of them stay behind. And that's when this is a character moment I don't fully get. I will say this is probably the moment of the movie I've scratched my head at the most. Um, Granny's sister decides to fuck. I died. Granny's sister decides to go to where the zombies were trying to break in, and she opens the door and lets them in. Um, I don't know if she just. I guess she just wanted to die.
So, um,
She wanted to be with her
af-
sister.
so after everybody is out of that car, um, they start to once again repeat the process of tying the door with a bunch of articles of clothing and everything. And while they're doing it, the sister is sort of, giving this monologue to herself slash to her sister, because throughout the entire film, she's had little moments where she has tried to criticize her older sister for always putting others before herself. And so I got the impression that, um, like specifically when she said "what a load of shit," I had got the impression that she essentially thought that these people didn't deserve to be saved for throwing,
Yeah,
our main cast out. But at the end, she tells her sister, "Thank you for everything," which sort of let us know that she was at peace. And so I think that's what they were essentially going for, was that
yeah,
she thought these people shouldn't have been saved and that her sister's sacrifice was
because they weren't putting
essentially
others
wasted.
first.
Yeah.
Um, yeah, I guess that makes sense. But yeah, Granny's sister goes to the door, opens it up, and businessman's like, "Yo, what the fuck?" He gets really. He doesn't quite do that, but he tries to alert everyone, and everyone's like, "Oh, what the fuck!" And so they've already locked up the other door where the other characters are, so they're safe at least. And that's when the zombies start pouring in, and it doesn't show how, and I kind of wish it did. Somehow, businessman gets past the zombies, despite being the one who was actually close. He was like in between Granny's sister and all the other people doing the work. But I guess he probably just hid in the seats or something. But either way, he manages
That
to
would be
get
my guess.
yeah, he manages to get to the bathroom of the median where the zombies were coming from, and the other characters they get chomped to bits and die. They're all gone. Which or no, there's one other character with him. It's one of
Yeah,
the
the stew. Yeah,
it's the
it's the
steward.
steward that he's been talking to the entire movie.
Yeah, and so they get into the bathroom, and the rest of the characters they're pretty much safe. And that's when the conductor gets on the announcements and he's like, "All right, we're pulling up to a station. We're gonna go into another train car and hopefully get to safety from there. Hopefully one of them's abandoned. Uh, Try and meet me over there." And so conductor, who he goes off and he goes to an empty. He starts he's looking through the other trains. He's being really smart, not opening doors without knowing what's behind them, which is really nice to see.
Yeah, he's very light on his feet too. Like he's very clearly stepping in a way that allows him to bounce off of every step,
Yeah,
which
you
is
can.
really nice.
Yeah, you can see him stepping on the ball of his foot, which is really good. And and so yeah, the train's pretty much stopped. The main characters get off, and businessman and the steward they're in the toilet. And what happens is businessman looks out. He sees a zombie in the hallway. The rest of them are over in the other car, past the median. Trademark by Louis Belmont.
Yay.
And he sees the one zombie in the hallway who hasn't turned towards them yet, and he's like, okay. And so this is probably the first thing where it's like, yeah, this is like,
He has gone over the deep end.
yeah, he's gone way off the rails, no pun intended. And he tells the steward, he's like, all right, you go first, and I'll be right behind you. Steward goes out. Businessman pushes him into the zombie and uses that to so he can get out of Dodge. Unfortunately, businessman is not. He's full blown panic mode. He's not taking the time to close doors behind him, and so he runs past, or he runs into Min and his girlfriend,
Hold
who
on,
are.
you're forgetting about one key event.
Oh,
So, the conductor has managed to reach a train engine, and he is moving it out of the station. There's just one problem. On another rail, there is another train on fire.
oh yeah. For some reason, I thought that happened afterwards.
Um,
But
yeah.
yeah, go ahead.
um, yeah, it slams. So basically, what happens is our main crew get out of their train car. They move in between two other trains, and unfortunately, the train that is on fire slams into one of the trains that's near our main crew and causes it to. Essentially, what had happened was
It
Min and
derailed. Or I was gonna say quickly. The train actually derailed from the curve and basically grazed the one train to their side, which then caused it to tip over and trap them underneath.
yeah, and Min and his girl had gone just a little bit forward to try and scout out suitable train cars to move through. And so when the train topples over, it essentially separates Min and Baseball Girl from the other four characters.
Yeah, and they saw the crash and stuff, and they know zombies are out. And so he takes like a handle, I guess, from like he breaks the glass and takes the handle of something. I don't know.
I don't think it's a handle. I think it's just a small object that's specifically meant for spiking out glass in an emergency.
Yeah, but yeah, he starts beating on the window, but they haven't closed the door behind them, and so businessman comes charging in, throws uh, Min's girlfriend behind him, causing her to get bitten by one zombie that had been following him, and so Min rushes to her, and then that's when businessman starts elbowing the glass and eventually causes it to break.
Yep.
And so yeah, that's pretty much, you can guess, the end of them.
Yep. Unfortunately, all Min can bring himself to do is kick the zombie outside of the door, close the door, and then hold his girlfriend at his arms while she dies before inevitably getting bitten in the neck. Which, Elle had brought this up at some point earlier before we started recording. In a lot of media, they tend to, quote unquote, preserve the youth, where like the younger characters tend to get off better than the older characters.
Yeah, especially
And
Asian
so,
media. A lot of Asian media tends to, because Asian culture is very, it puts a lot of priority on youth.
yeah, I mean, there's even a Children's Day in Korea
Yeah,
and Japan, I think. Yeah, it's just a really sad scene to see, honestly. Like, his girlfriend just writhing in his arms before mercilessly lunging forward to bite down on his neck.
yep. And that's all. And it's a it's such a good unceremonious death because it pays off their relationship and what they've been through, but gives it a very tragic ending.
Yeah,
And it keeps it very simple, and that's, I think, what makes it feel unceremonious, is that it's just very simple. She gets bit,
yeah,
he stays with her, they're dead now. That is it.
yeah. Um,
They're not even going to be like, their zombies versions aren't even going to be like following the main characters or anything, because they're just stuck in a train.
yep, they're just gone now. Unfortunately,
Yep.
it's fuck. God.
And then Conductor Man, he found an empty train, an empty front of a train, and took it forward, and he's got it moving relatively slowly in case anyone can catch up. And Businessman is running towards him, and so Conductor's like, oh, come on, come on, come on, come on. Businessman trips over the railing, and Conductor's like, fuck, I gotta go help him. So Conductor Man goes to try and help Businessman, who's like, kind of fucked up his foot a bit. I don't know if he's broken it. He's still able to kind of run on it, but yeah.
Yeah, I think he sprained it.
Yeah, he sprained it at least, or twisted it. In any event, he goes over to help him, and without missing a beat, businessman throws conductor behind him so that he can act as bait while, and without his foot, or well, with a bad foot, he's in big panic mode now. So like,
Yep.
I'm not saying it's okay, but like I can see where like in the heat of that moment, he's like, I gotta get out of here. So he
Yeah.
does the only thing that he can, but even then, a zombie jumps on both of them, but he manages to get away.
Yeah.
Sort of.
And it's very interesting the way that it plays out because conductor goes to help him. He grabs conductor, throws conductor over his shoulder, and then the zombie jumps on top of them.
Yeah, both of
But
them.
his mouth is closer to businessman than it is to conductor. And there's a
Yep.
bit of a crunch sound, but we
Yep.
don't see where it came from.
The shot doesn't show it.
So businessman kicks off the zombie, and then the horde of zombies just goes to town on conductor.
Yep, and that's the end of him.
What a fucking poor man.
Yeah, this nice old man who all he was trying to do was get people to safety. The one time he himself beyond like operating the train, obviously. The one time he
Yeah.
himself goes into the thick of it, he's just fucking thrown away.
Yep. Another instance of a character who's not like especially deep or well developed, but is still likable in his own right.
Yeah. Very, very likable gentleman. And at this point, Seok-Woo, Suan, pregnant lady, and homeless man are all trapped underneath where the one train got pushed over. And so they have zombies bearing down on the glass, and that glass is cracking, and it's like, fuck, we gotta get out of here. Seok-Woo goes between... he manages to find like a space to crawl under the train, or under one of the trains. And he goes out that way, and he's like, alright, yeah, this is an opening, good, good, good. We can get out of here. But then the train kind of tumbles over, and like something gets in the way, and he has to pull it out, but it's like really heavy, so it's taking him a bit. And obviously, zombies are breaking through. So, and basically, not the one act of kindness, but like the one like big heroic moment of the homeless man, he sees one of the windows with zombies bearing down on it shatter, and so he runs over to the zombies and basically holds them back while pregnant lady and Suan can get out of there.
Yep. He has
And
spent the
that's where he
entire movie.
dies.
Yep. He has spent the entire movie getting saved by others, and so his final act is trying to save other people who have helped him.
Yeah, not counting the one moment where he threw his jacket over the zombie on Seok-Woo.
Yeah, that's fair. And the way that it plays out too is just like it's so fucking brutal because like, homeless man is holding back the zombies, and then like, just as Suan and pregnant lady get out, like all of the other windows collapse, and so there's a horde of zombies on them, and then the train itself tumbles over.
Yeah.
So like, it's one of those interesting things where we don't know what actually killed him, the zombies or the fucking train first.
Yeah, but we know that he's definitely dead, so... And that's not me being... Fuck. And that's not me being, like, sarcastic or whatever. Like, no, he's 1,000% dead after that.
Yep.
So yeah, all that's left is, businessman, pregnant lady, Seok-Woo, and Suan. And so... They're running towards the... Oh, God damn it. Fucking zombies be attacking me and killing me and stuff. But anyways, they're running towards the train, and they managed. So they're running towards the train. It's not moving too fast, and you get these awesome wide shots from overhead, from like helicopter view, where all the zombies are chasing them, and like they're kind of they're coming to a point. They're arrowheading towards them, and the zombies are starting to trip over themselves, which kind of it helps to explain, because it makes sense because it's just those three, so it makes sense that there would be kind of an arrowhead to where they run.
Yeah.
And so that explains why, like a pregnant lady's able to outrun them within reason.
Yeah, because they essentially start tripping over themselves at some point.
Yeah.
Forming it's one of those World War Z moments where they all just like form a massive pile and trip over each other.
Yep. And so they manage to jump on the train, and the zombies, a couple of them grab on to like, like a bar on the side, like a handlebar or whatever. And then zombies grab onto them, and then more zombies grab onto them, and you just have this massive pile of zombies that are like dragging one another, basically. And it's such a fucking cool visual.
It is. It's one of those instances where, like, it calls into question, like, just how smart are these zombies, essentially, right?
Yeah, they seem to have, like, very primal instincts, and that's it.
Yeah, like, there's some level of intelligence there. Obviously not much, but just enough for them to, like, weirdly coordinate. It's one of those instances where, like I said, it almost feels like there's some sort of hive mind going on.
Yeah. But, yeah, they're all dragging it, and it's a lot of corpses dragging this one train cart, so naturally it's starting to slow down. It's like, oh, fuck. So Seok-Woo starts stomping on the one zombie in the front, basically. He starts stomping on its hand, and manages to get it to... Well, there's... Real quick, I talked about it a little bit ago. There's that one shot of a zombie running over the pile to try and get onto the train, and it jumps, but Seok-Woo, like, moves out of the way, and the zombie just flies off and starts falling behind and tripping and, like, smashes into the camera. Fucking awesome moment.
Yeah. It's pretty
Just,
great.
Just a little,
It's-
nice little, it's like a little cherry on top of my great scene.
Yeah, it's another one of those instances where it almost feels like the camera is a character in and of itself.
Yeah. And so eventually, yeah, Seok-Woo breaks off its fingers, the horde falls away, and it's like, whew, okay. Alright, we have a little moment of breathing. Sort of. So they go up to the front of the train cart, and who else is there but Businessman, and he is already turning. He's not quite there yet. He did get bit at his feet, so it makes sense that it would take a little bit.
Yep.
But yeah, he's there and he's been bitten, and it's like, oh fuck. Like, it's just one more. It's just one more.
Yep, it's just one. But of course it had to be in this extremely tight
But-
space that's hard to maneuver, and we don't have our weapons anymore.
It's a tight space. Basically, the only person who can fight him is Seok-Woo, who's also quite tired at this point, understandably.
Yep.
Um,
And one thing that I like is that there's a bit of cleverness to it where, like, the moment Seok-Woo realizes that Businessman is turning, he closes the door to the cab, because obviously, like, he's not going to be able to open the door. But then, of course, they subvert our expectations a little bit because the Businessman is obviously... He struggles, but he's able to open it.
yeah, he's
And-
not fully turned yet. He's like, wait, why'd you close... He doesn't say it, but he's like, why'd you close the door? Like, what the fuck?
Yeah. And I'd like to mention something that I really fucking liked about this moment. First of all, bit of a preamble to my point. Whoever this composer is deserves so many fucking blowjobs. The music in this
You're right,
fucking-
though. You're right.
the soundtrack in this movie is fucking amazing. Oh my fucking
It's
god.
so good.
It reminds me of like old school Resident Evil and stuff like that, where like I don't know how to describe it. It just has that energy to it.
You have very kind of somber, melancholic music with these like little musical stings, like whether it be an organ or like a string instrument or something, where it just kind of it pipes in at just the right time, at a very like very slow rhythm
Yeah.
to add to the scene. Oh man, it's hard to explain, but because I'm not a musical man, but
Yeah.
that's good stuff.
But what I specifically wanted to call attention to and praise with this particular scene is that, like, when they see Businessman in the car, the music is it's kind of like your standard, like, tense music. Like, there's a bunch of drums and everything like that. There's some strings. But the moment that he opens the door, it doesn't even have a transition. The music just hard cuts to this very somber, very, like, eerie music where the notes that are being hit are very odd and very like weird on the ears. Almost like
yeah, they don't
it's
quite
almost-
match. They don't quite match the rest of the music.
Yeah, it's almost like the music itself is just as confused and startled as the main characters because of just how odd these notes are.
Yeah, pretty
It's
excellent.
fucking
Also, there was
oh
also when they were like fighting off the horde that was like hanging onto the train, there was this organ that chimed in, and I was like,
oh yeah.
that's some yummy music right there.
I always have time for organs, but this is where we get the most human moment in the entire film for Businessman,
Yep.
where as he is dying, he looks at Seok-Woo and he begs Seok-Woo to take him home because his mother is waiting for him.
Yeah, he realizes that he's been bit, and he's like, "Sir, I need you to help me. My mother's waiting for me in Busan. I need you to take me there, please." And it's like, "Oh,
Yeah,
you,
and
you."
it's sad too because it's almost like the reality hasn't even set in yet because he's begging Seok-Woo, and Seok-Woo is just like, "You've been infected," and he seems so surprised, like he didn't even know.
He can't wrap his head around it. He's like, "Wait, I'm about to die, huh?"
Yep. And then of course, he looks down and everything while lamenting, and then without missing a beat, he immediately starts attacking Seok-Woo.
Yep. And oh my God, talk about tense. This fight
Yeah,
makes my butthole clench. Let me tell you.
it's the least flashy out of the entire movie, but it's at the same time the most tense because it's like we're at the home stretch. It's the last bit, and of course, there just has to be one obstacle stopping us in an extremely inopportune environment.
We are completely clear of all but this one zombie, but the only people left are a little girl, a pregnant lady, and a really, really tired guy. He's had a long day, and he got up
Yep.
early in the morning too after a long day's of work. So yeah, he's a little bit tired.
Yep. And this is another. It has another one of those instances where I was, that I was talking about earlier, where like, the fucking tension is constantly evolving because, like, obviously, first Seok-Woo is grappling with the businessman and gets knocked onto the ground, but before the zombie actually lunges, Shuwan calls out to him, and the zombie notices Shuwan, so he starts running towards them. But then, of course, Seok-Woo grabs him by the leg, topples him to the ground, and then he starts going after Seok-Woo again. And then, like, while Seok-Woo is on the ground, pregnant lady comes in and grabs him by the hair and tries to help pull him off. Like, it's fucking great. Like, it's constantly altering what is happening in the scene, and it just makes it all the more tense.
Everything that happens, um, everything that happens makes sense, but also makes it more stressful.
Yep. Because I was like, oh my fucking
it's like,
god.
oh, she cried out to her dad. Makes sense. Oh, fuck, it attracted the zombie. Fuck. Okay, so he grabs it by the leg. All right, cool. He's got it down for a bit. Oh, now the zombie's on the ground. And so is he. So it climbs on top of him. Oh, fuck, it could bite him. Not very difficult. Not very difficultly. Very easily. I don't know words. Oh, pregnant lady, help him. Oh, fuck. Now she's in danger. Okay. And so,
Oh god.
business zombie. He's going after pregnant lady, and that's when Seok-Woo jumps onto well, not jumps onto his back, but he grapples him from behind. And he like instinctively puts his hand over the mouth of business zombie.
Businessman.
Yeah, business zombie now. And and it's like, oh, okay, this is how we're doing it then. So yeah, he gets bit, and
Yeah.
he seems to like not even realize it maybe I don't know if he doesn't realize it or he
Well,
just doesn't really
so the thing
register.
is, like, yeah, I think it's one of those instances where, like, he continues fighting and he just doesn't actually, like, the reality of the situation does not set in to him until he has had a moment to, like, stop and think to himself.
That and
And,
I
like,
think it's just like the immediacy of the situation. He's like,
his
okay.
brain is,
That doesn't even matter right now. Like I gotta make sure these
yeah,
people are safe.
like, his brain is subconsciously pushing it aside. And then, in one of the most creative and smart decisions in the entire fucking film, he wraps a chain around himself, which was there because of, like, it's like sort of like one of those, gates onto the train and everything like that.
Yeah.
He wraps a chain around himself, flings himself off the side
While holding on
with
to him.
businessman.
Yeah.
Yep. flings businessman off, and of course the chain catches him, which allows him to pull himself back up. But oh wait, no, he leans over the railing, catching his breath, and he finally realizes exactly what
clicks.
just happened. Yep.
Yep.
And
It clicks with him, and everyone else has too, because pregnant lady's, you can see her face like, oh, fuck. And poor
they realize,
Suwon's already fallen apart, which that kills me. So
yeah, and of course, the moment that he realizes it, he looks at pregnant lady and Suwon, and of course, pregnant lady is very obviously scared. But
yeah, she puts herself, or she pulls back Suwon so she doesn't rush towards him or anything.
But, of course, Seok-Woo, without hesitation, immediately goes into the cab to try and find the break. And then after that, he tells pregnant lady, hey, this has to be the break. So the moment that you find yourself near Busan, just fucking pull it.
Yep.
And he has one final talk with Suwon. Okay, I have watched this movie 3 times. Every
3?
single time, yeah, because I watched it the first time, and then at the end we watched it together, and then I watched it another time in my own time, and then I rewatched it again today before we started. Obviously, this scene has made me cry all 3 fucking times.
Yeah, no, same.
It's that good.
I've seen the scene 3 times now, I guess, yeah, but yeah, when I first watched it, yeah, I was very barely holding it together. When I watched it with you, I was like, well, I haven't watched the whole movie to this point, so I can kind of handle myself. I don't know what it was about earlier, because we watched it right before we did this. I don't even know if we mentioned that. But, yeah, I just completely fucking fell apart.
Yeah, we were watching, and I saw that he muted himself, and I was like, oh man, my man's is going through it.
I could not hold myself together.
It's just, it's so fucking heartbreaking.
Everything about it is so like, he's being the dad. He's trying to be like, hey, he can't tell his kid it's gonna be okay. It's not.
Yeah.
And she's like, the part that gets me is where he goes up to her and he's talking and she's crying. And it's like, yeah, of course. But she like starts clutching his sleeve, and that's when I'm like,
yeah, and then he because up to this point he's very obviously shaken, he's rattled, but up until this point he's managed to keep himself together. When she grabs his sleeve and starts begging him not to go, he completely breaks down and starts crying, and he rips Suwon's hand off of his sleeve, and the actor does an amazing job of making it feel as if it took every ounce of strength he had to do it, to just pull himself away. And it's even more heartbreaking that he pulls her away, he fucking pulls the hand away with the hand that's bitten.
Yeah.
But of course, before he does, he grabs her hand for a second and clutches it before ripping it away. It's just fucking God. It's fucking. There's also another interesting thing about this scene that I found out the other day.
Oh yeah.
So there was somebody who commented on the EFAP episode where they covered this movie. There are 2 different forms of the Korean language. There is an informal and a formal version of the language.
Oh, like Japanese.
Yeah. Throughout the entire movie, normally in Korea, kids and parents will always use informal language with one another. Yeah. And if they use formal language with one another, it's sort of it's very telling that they don't have a very close relationship. And so throughout the entire movie, Suwon is using formal Korean language. The moment he gets bit, she's using nothing but informal.
Oh.
Which is just, it makes it hit harder because it's like, oh fuck.
Thanks for the info. I hate it.
Yeah, it hits harder because now it's she it's just Fuck.
Really a great way to cap off their relationships development.
Yep. Yep. Yep.
Yeah,
God,
it's
I fucking
so
hate it.
basically he's trying to tell her, hey, stick with pregnant lady no matter what. Stick with her and it's gonna be okay. You know, you're gonna have to move. He can't say like this is gonna be okay.
No.
He's just like you have to stick with her no matter what. She'll take care of you.
And it'll be safe in Busan.
Yeah. And so
Um,
yeah, then he takes off her hand. He's crying. I'm about to cry.
Me too. I've barely been holding it in,
I
just
can't even fucking
speaking
talk
about
about it. I can't even fucking talk about it. Jesus Christ.
Yeah. Yeah. And what, fucking Christ, what makes it even worse is that when he leaves the cab, you can hear Suwon just screaming for him
Yeah,
the entire rest of the scene.
yeah. It's not like because like kid actors typically struggle with like hyper emotional scenes, but
God,
this kid
not
would
this one.
this would if you've ever heard a kid like really scream out of like really fucking cry their eyes out, this
Yeah.
was that, and it fucking hurt.
Yeah, whoever the fuck this actress was, oh my god, like, I've never seen a child actor this good.
Oh yeah, like there are good kid actors out there, but this is the best. This is the best.
Yep. But of course, the filmmakers can't stop punching us in the heart yet because
Yeah,
Seok-Woo,
Seok-Woo runs out. He closes the door behind him so that Suwon won't open it. And pregnant lady's holding her back, and she's crying too. And I'm like, yeah, girl, I get it. Um, so all that's happening, and poor Seok-Woo's like leaning against the door, crying, barely able to hold himself up. And he runs to the back of the train while he's turning. Not like I mean, yeah, he's turning, but you know, he's not. They're not showing him reanimate, which I really appreciate. I think that would have been. I don't know. It wouldn't have. I wouldn't have
it
appreciated
hits
the scene as
harder.
much.
It hits harder not being able to see it happen.
It hits harder seeing only the last of his human moments and nothing beyond that.
Yeah.
Which
Because it
was
sort of
very
preserves
smart.
it preserves the heroic image that we would obviously have of him up to this point. But
Yeah.
so yeah, the scene is capped off by right as he's about to turn, he fucking Christ.
He starts getting flashbacks to when Suwon was born.
And he
Got
smiles.
he got a big old smile.
He smiles and is happy and content right before he chucks himself off the side of the train.
Yep,
And
he just falls.
we only see his shadow falling from the train. And oh my fucking god. I can't. I fucking I can't. It's just
It's
God.
it's basically. Did you ever play Telltale's Walking Dead?
I did, yes. It's
Lee
it's
Everett,
basically that over again, but like way better.
Yeah, and Lee Everett's death was really good too. Lee Everett's
Absolutely.
awesome. I love him very much.
And then, of course, you know, the scene is capped off with a little bit of time to sort of take in everything. You know, we see Swan
Yeah.
screaming while pregnant lady is barely able to hold her back, and we see a shot of the train driving away before it stops in front of
Well, and
a tunnel.
we get so it's showing shots of the train, and it's also showing sort of the after where like Suwon is crying and pregnant lady's watching over her, but it's not like the overwhelming crying emotion from before. It's she's she's been
starting
breathing
to-
and calming down a bit, as
Yeah.
much as she can.
And of course, pregnant lady looks absolutely fucking destroyed.
Yep.
Like she just can't take any more of this. But
And
of course,
so they
Go ahead.
reach a tunnel and there's like barricades and things look burned, and you get a bad feeling, but you just don't know.
yeah,
And thank God too, because I at that point I was like, enough's enough. Like we gotta
Yeah.
If you're not gonna show Seok-Woo turning, then you need to like stop the action at that point.
Yeah.
Um,
Yeah, because like my thing was I was still very emotionally raw at this point, so I was like,
yeah,
oh god, no, there's no fucking way you're gonna kill them. You can't.
yeah. You see like an arm twitch, but that's about the extent of it, thankfully. And so they go into a tunnel, and it's very dark. And at the very end of the tunnel, pretty long tunnel it seems like. Um, there is the military. They're at some kind of compound. They have like their little compound set up, and there's like a couple of snipers just keeping guard. And so they see, the silhouettes of pregnant lady and Suan, and they're like, okay, we got two bogeys. Looks like a woman and a small child, and we can't verify because they're in the pitch black. Like, we can see the other end of the tunnel through our snipers, but we can't see anything in the tunnel, basically. So they radio into command, and they're like, hey, we got two, looks like a woman and a child, what do we do? And of course, because, well, leaders are assholes. It's just the... I'm not even saying that in like an insulting way, it's just like, it is what it is.
Yeah,
Um,
unfortunately.
Yeah. The leader's like, alright, kill them. And it's like, I remember when I was first watching this, I was like, if you do this, I'm gonna be like actually pissed off, because that would kind of ruin the movie for me.
Yeah, I agree.
Thankfully, the soldiers hesitate, because they're, it's a nice, these characters don't have names. They were introduced at the very, very end of the movie. This is their role.
Yeah.
But they have the little character moment of like they hesitated because they're not shitty people.
Yeah, it's another. It goes back to what I said earlier, right? Where like every single moment on screen with every single character should be meaningful to some extent, and like this moment where like the gunman is very clearly like he's struggling to pull the trigger and squeeze it. Like it tells us something about him without needing it explicitly stated. Elle, do you want to tell us what happens next, buddy?
So, they hesitated. They're taking the aim. He's starting to weigh his finger down on the trigger. And then they hear from the echo of the tunnel, Suwon is singing Aloha Way, the song that she was going to sing for her dad at the recital. And, Jesus Christ.
Yeah. And as
she's crying and holding on to pregnant lady while singing it. And, that's a visual that's been burned into my memory forever.
Me too, but thankfully enough, as she's singing,
the soldiers they hear the echo through the tunnel, and they're like, okay, and like they don't even hesitate. They're like, oh shit,
yeah,
like that is a woman and a child, and like all the there's like a bunch of other soldiers too.
There's at least 20 of these fuckers, and they not even hesitate. They immediately go to help them.
Yep.
Which again characterizes the entire platoon of soldiers as well, where they're like, oh fuck, we gotta help these people.
Every person heard, oh, that is a little girl singing. We gotta go help her. Like, what a wonderful bunch of troops you are. We love
They're
them.
all officially Chads in my book, as far as I'm concerned.
Yep. Lady Chads, doesn't matter.
And
and that's where the movie ends.
Yep, the final shot is a close-up of Suan wiping her tears and looking towards the soldiers before it cuts to black.
Yep. With the implication being, yep, Busan is safe, or at least that area of it is. They're going to be okay.
Yep. Which, that part where Suan starts singing is so fucking meaningful after everything that happened in the film. Because we started at the beginning where they were in the car.
Here.
Yeah. Where they were in the car and Seok-Woo told Suan, even though it may not look like it, I am always watching over you. And throughout the entire movie, the thing that he puts in the forefront is making sure that he can join Suan so that he can protect her. And his final action was watching over Suan and protecting her. And the final action that we see her is finally performing that recital because, as far as she's concerned, her father will always be watching her.
Yeah.
And the fact that the final line she sings, apart from Aloha Way, is "Until we meet again."
Yeah.
My heart.
If you are an individual that is in need of a relief from emotional constipation, watch Train to Busan.
Yeah. It beat the shit out of my heart, and I'm glad it did because holy fuck! Like, I'm not kidding. Like, I was fucking bawling during the Seok-Woo scene, and then in the final scene, they managed to somehow make me like. I, I was very close to crying again,
Yeah.
and even now,
Y'all
I can
saw, well,
barely talk about it.
all like 100 of you that watched the Thomas Vinterberg seas where we talked about The Hunt and Another Round. The big sad for those movies was when Tommy passed away in Another Round, but that was immediately followed up by like one of the most joyous scenes I think I've ever seen in a movie.
Yeah,
And then there was the scene in The Hunt where the people killed the fucking dog, which Jesus Christ,
yeah.
that was
I mean, it's
so
basically the
much.
whole. I mean, it's basically the whole fucking movie. The entire movie is just punching you in the goddamn heart.
Yeah, but that was like the most intense for me. But like, God, the ending of Train to Busan is fucking gut wrenching.
It is. It is because the characters they just never get a break. Period.
It sort of it appeals to a very human side, I think, of everybody. Because it's not even a specific scenario. It's a little girl crying because her dad's about to die, and it's like, oh,
Yeah.
why are you gonna throw that
It's
at me, movie? Why are you doing
it's
this?
something that a lot of people can relate to where we've all had those moments where we've sort of wanted to hang on to something for as long as we could, but it just steadily slipped away.
The that
And
feeling of anticipation where um something is about to end and you really don't want it to.
yep. But of course, at the end of the day, we have to accept that it is going to end. And it wasn't beautiful because it lasted forever. It was beautiful that you got to experience it in the first place.
Yep, and that's Train to Busan. I hate it.
But the thing isn't beautiful because it lasts.
I love Train to Busan. I would pretty confidently say it's the best piece of zombies media, at least
Oh,
as far as
absolutely.
writing and characters I've ever seen.
Yeah. Um it's
Like everything about it's excellent. Like there's nothing about it that I don't like, not even a bit. I can't think of
yeah.
anything other than that. Like I said that one kind of moment with the sister where I was like, I don't know why she opened the door, and then I sort of get it.
Yeah.
That's as weak as it gets.
It's been so long since a movie has caused me to sort of experience this many emotions.
Yeah, because
Like it's the whole
there's a lot of
it,
understated emotions. It's very it's got its highs, it's got its funny moments, it's got its
yeah,
exciting moments, it's got its perilous moments where you're like, no, 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 no.
it's an extremely well balanced film. Like you get the basically the entire emotional spectrum
Yeah, basically.
on top of extremely solid character writing and, a little bit of world building as well as development and payoff for everything.
Yeah,
And of course all of it culminates in a climax and a conclusion where all of these extremely good people unfortunately lost their lives due to essentially, one corporation not being careful and not asking whether or not they should do something. And then, of course, there's also the sort of underlying message that Al pointed out about authority and how authority figures will tend to throw um, somebody or a group of somebody's under the bus in the moment if it means that they can have immediate security right then and there, even if it's something that may not pay off in the long run. Kind of like how Cap said in Age of Ultron, the last time somebody tried to start a war, or the last time somebody tried to end a war before it started, innocent people died, which obviously refers to Pearl Harbor. And it's the same thing that happens here as well.
Yep. I really like this. I really like the for me it's the theme of fatherhood, which is something that speaks to me on a very personal level. Um where and just not even just the fatherhood thing, but like just all the relationships between people where it's like nobody's a bad person in this. Even the fucking incompetent news anchors that are just they're just trying to fucking quell the masses, even if they're full of shit.
Yeah,
Not that it's justified in any way, just that that is their position. Um,
yeah.
even businessman who is he was an asshole at first, and then he does things where you're like, "Fuck you, you piece of shit," and then you get it, and you're
Yeah.
like, "Yeah, I understand."
But there's also moments where he's sort of also looking out for the people that are directly around him. Like
Yeah,
obviously he has that singular goal of trying to get to his mother, but it's not until right up at the end of the second act where he actually does something deplorable.
yeah. Um, and you do get the feeling that him looking out for the people around him in that one cart is mostly just from convenience to him. Like if it were him or them, he'd choose himself. Um, but given his predicament, once you finally get it, it's like, oh, yeah. And
Yeah.
it's not done in a way that's like obnoxious, like some stories would do, where it's like they just do the most heinous fucking. Hey, you want to rip into Last of Us 2, Loveless? Absolutely, I would. So in The Last of Us 2, another zombie flick, um, they introduce Abby just being the most relentlessly bloodthirsty psychopath, killing a beloved character, doing everything they can to make you hate her as much as possible, only to then be like, "Oh, but her dad helped a zebra one time. It was so cool, wasn't it?" She has her own story. It's like, yeah, I get that, but she's a piece of shit. With this movie,
Yeah.
it's like, with this movie, he's not being a just horrible piece of shit. He's doing horrible things, but he's got his reasons. And you're like, yeah, I mean, I don't agree. You don't agree with it, but you get it, and you wonder what you would do in those shoes in that situation.
Yeah, because nobody ever really knows until it actually
You
happens.
know what? One thing I wouldn't do though, beat someone's head in front of their kid. I don't think I would do that. So
Oh, absolutely
take
not.
some notes, Last of Us 2.
Yeah, especially while trying to take some sort of moral high ground.
Oh God, yeah, I don't even fucking start on that shit.
Yep. Uh, so yeah,
That was Train to
that's
Busan. That's really good.
uh,
I love it.
even if you've made it this far and you still haven't seen the film, I would still say it's absolutely worth it just for the experience. Like
Oh
it's
yeah,
not something you're gonna get anywhere else.
even if you, because I mean, like as you know, we this was the second and third time we'd seen it. At this point, knowing what happens really doesn't change anything
Yeah.
because the fucking character work and writing is still so good.
Yeah, and then there's also the fact that there were still some nuggets that both you and I discovered on you know you know
Oh yeah, I'm sure
another
there's
viewing.
stuff that we missed too in this coverage that someone else could watch and comment and be like, "Ooh, but remember the thingamadoo? That was so cool."
Yep. So I have to go and piss, and then when I get back, I can tell you why Train to Busan 2 is complete garbage.
Oh yeah,
While only having
Peninsula.
even though I've only seen 40 minutes because that was all I needed.
That's
I'll be right
all.
back.
That's all I need. Yeah, for those who don't know, the same director, no less, that made Train to Busan made a sequel called Peninsula. It has been panned by like every human being who's ever seen it. I've never heard a good thing about it. I haven't seen it myself. I looked into it a bit, but yeah, apparently it is just fucking god awful in every way. Haven't seen it, don't know what happens. All I know is that everyone hates it, and look, Train to Busan, not only is it a great movie, it's a beloved movie. Like, it has received universal acclaim across the board. It won a bunch of awards. Like, it is a very beloved movie. This isn't like a little, indie movie on the side that like 12 people watch. Like, this is a very beloved movie. So when a sequel comes out, and everyone's like, this is the worst piece of shit I've ever seen. That tells me, like, oh god, like, what the fuck did they do? And that's enough for me to not want to go see it. I mean, I guess I would watch it if if you lovely viewers are like, hey, I want to seize on Peninsula. I'm like, all right, I guess. Um, I will do that, but I'd rather not. And judging by the fact... Now, look, Luce can sit through some shit. He has sat through some shit movies, okay? So for him to be like, I'm not watching this movie. I'm not watching past 40 minutes. I started the movie. I got 40 minutes in. And that's when I said, no, enough's enough. That tells me, like, god damn, this is a poor bad movie. Although I am curious, like, just to see such a horrible movie. Also, apparently there's a prequel, like, mini-series or cartoon or animated short or something for Train to Busan. I can't remember what it's called, but apparently it's... I haven't heard anything about its quality, so... Yeah. I almost died there. That would have been sad. But yeah, and even knowing everything that happens in Train to Busan, the emotional impact that it has is fucking devastating. Like, I'm something of a, I'm something of a tough guy. No, not really, but I'm pretty good at holding my emotions in, especially while there's like people around me. So when just talking about the fucking ending scene of Train to Busan has me like about to break down recording this with my buddy talking to me, I feel like that is probably the strongest way to convey, like, yeah, this shit hurts. It's really fucking great. And the fact that you can make a scene that is even more sad than the death of King is like, oh man, how do you do that? Man died right in front of his pregnant wife. That fucks me up. And he gave her the name for the baby, and I'm like, oh. But why would you hurt me like this? I'm gonna hit the box a few times. Gonna hit that box a few times. Hopefully get something good. Hopefully get something good. Oh yeah, I guess for those of you who've been watching my zombie stuff, you finally get, like, actually good Shinonuma. Extensive Shinonuma gameplay. Looky there. Galil. That's something. Kinda want the ray gun. That would be cool. So yeah, there's a sequel to Train to Busan.
Yes, the last thing that I heard before I went to go piss my frustrations away was that it
Same
was
director.
directed. Yep. I could have forgiven the film if it was at least by a different director, but after finding that out, I have lost all hope for humanity. We had something good. It came out the same year as Shin Godzilla, the original. Train to
Oh
Busan came
yeah,
out. Like, goddamn.
we had something so good.
So, fucking.
So yeah, I was just telling people, like, you and I can sit through some shit. We can sit through some fucking terrible movies and video games and stuff.
Absolutely.
So
I play-
when you get as far as 40 minutes into what, a 90-minute movie, I assume, maybe 2 hours,
2 hours.
and then you give up. That's when I go like, "Oh god. What the fuck?"
Yeah.
That's
if this is your
some shit.
If this is your first S.E.E.S, you can ask L. I can
Look,
take mental punishment. I have.
we can sit through like multiple Mayo videos in a row if that tells you anything, so.
Yeah. And L specifically has fucking got on my ass for, at least in terms of video games, doing just the dumbest, stupidest fucking shit on the planet. I did the entirety of Mission 2 and Devil May Cry 5 on Dante Must Die with nothing but the Mega Buster, if that means anything. Goliath took 23 minutes.
Yeah. We're pretty patient, I like to think.
Yeah.
We've been talking about this 2-hour movie for about 3.5 hours, so yeah.
But hey, that's fucking great time for us.
That is great time for us.
However, with this movie, I just couldn't fucking do it.
Because you were fresh off of your first viewing of Train to Busan, weren't you?
Yeah, I was like, I had finished it. I had given my Brief Thoughts to L, and I saw, oh shit, there's a sequel, and immediately I was like, let's fucking go, dude!
The funny part was that I was asleep at this point, so I hadn't like almost died. But
He
yeah,
didn't have the chance to tell me not to do it.
I didn't have the chance to warn you about because like I haven't seen it, but the fact that because like I said, Train to Busan, it's not just like a good movie; it's a very beloved movie. Like a lot of people really love this movie. It's a very popular one.
Yeah,
It's more the low key popular kind where like not a lot of people talk about it, but everyone knows.
cult classic.
Yeah, yeah. Um,
Um,
Maybe a sleeper hit even, especially after COVID hit because that good lord, Train to
oh
Busan in
yeah.
post COVID world is it hits different. But
Mm-hmm.
so
But
yeah, when you make a sequel so bad that I've never heard a human being say a good thing about it, that's when I start to go, holy crap. Like, people praise She-Hulk. Like, surely.
sure.
Surely there's something likable about this movie if people can praise something like She-Hulk.
And funnily enough, there is.
Oh,
It's not much. So,
there's something. There's something.
all right. All right. So, for a bit of context, because I feel the need to say this. All right. Train to Busan is not a movie.
It's not a
that-
movie. It's a train.
Fuck you. Train to Busan is not a movie that I think needs or really benefits from a sequel.
Yeah, I don't see a point in a
Um,
sequel to this movie.
Yeah, like it was a movie that gave just enough information to be satisfying. It had a great conclusion, and stuff like that. Like it was satisfying. It gave us enough while also leaving enough up to interpretation. And then, of course, there's the ending with Suwon and Pregnant Lady, where they do get to Busan, but they don't show what happens after. So, technically speaking, up to that point, anybody can think, as far as the audience is concerned, everybody can have whatever ending they want for Pregnant Lady and Suwon, because we never get, like, a hardline definitive conclusion.
Yeah,
Which
well, and
is
not to mention the fact that, like, surrounding the movie, beyond the characters, is a generic zombie outbreak, like, when it comes down to it.
Yeah,
Um,
it's the characters and also the sort of like quote unquote X factor with the zombies that really brings it all together. But it is mostly the characters that makes the movie.
yeah, like, the zombies are the situation around the characters. They're not the core of the story. Like, no one's watching Train to Busan with a keen interest in, like, fucking, I don't know, government experiments or whatever. They're not thinking in the lines as they do of like Resident Evil, where it's like, oh, pharmaceutical of umbrellas doing tisms. What does it lead to? It's here are these characters in this predicament, and that's all it needed to be.
Yep.
That was pretty much what Walking Dead was. They still haven't even, to my knowledge, said what started the outbreak. It's just it happened. Characters got to deal with
Yep.
it now, which is something I've always considered a strength.
Oh yeah. But yeah. Thankfully, as far as I know, it preserves the conclusion with Suwon and Pregnant Lady.
Good.
I don't know if they're in the film, but from what I saw, they were nowhere in sight. Which, thank God, because if I find out that movie did... If I found out they were in Train to Busan 2, or there was any confirmation about their whereabouts or anything like that, I would grab a shotgun, and I'm gonna leave the rest up to interpretation on that one.
Could you imagine if like it was just a throwaway line of like, oh yeah, some soldiers that we knew found a pregnant lady and a girl, but all of them ended up dead. I'd be like, fuck you.
Yeah, at that point, I would be like, no, fuck that. But
I don't support genocide. However, I do support selective killing.
yeah. Anyway,
So yeah, Train to
So-
Busan 2, Peninsula.
yeah. So basically, the context for the film We start out with a sort of in medias res, if you will, where I don't think it confirms what part of Korea this opening scene starts in, but we are with a family of four. A son, a mother, a father, and the brother to the mother in a car. The brother is driving. He is in the Korean or the South Korean military, and they're trying to drive to a safe place. And they meet a family who are begging for help. But of course, the brother, who is in the driver's seat, doesn't stop. He just goes and leaves them behind, which is a decent character moment that, it tells us about him and how it's a similar situation with Seok-Woo, where he will put his family first above all else, even if his family are, crying for him to help out those in need. And so, essentially, we get context in the film. This is something that kind of pisses me off. There's news reports sprinkled out throughout this entire intro from America, with actual American actors, believe it or not.
Ooh, okay.
Which I can appreciate, where they're sort of giving us some context as to what happened in Korea. They say that the entire Korean government fell within a day, and that there is only one specific peninsula inside of Korea that is considered quote-unquote safe.
Okay.
However, there are still people who are trying to get out on boats and everything. And so our cast of characters, because of the fact that the brother is in the military, his family is granted access onto this boat bound for Japan. Problem is, we find out mid-trip that their boat is being redirected to China.
Okay.
Specifically, Hong Kong. They never actually give a reason, as far as I know.
Okay.
All
right, movie.
Yeah.
All right. You got me off with a chuckle. Okay.
So anyway, there are a bunch of refugees in this big-ass room, including the mother and her child. And so, oh my god, I'm dying inside the further I go because I know the shit that comes next. Oh boy. Okay, so brother leaves mother and child in this room with a bunch of other survivors where they're just kind of huddled up in makeshift beds and everything like that. There's this survivor, however, who's acting a little funky.
Oh.
And as it turns out, this survivor is infected.
Gasp.
Yeah. I don't know how he got on the boat. I don't know if there were any security checks or anything to check if people were infected or anything like that.
You think there would be?
But apparently not. Now, I suppose I could forgive the lax security detail in terms of checking for bites if it weren't for one aspect. This man turns days into the trip.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so basically, when we're told that they're being redirected to Hong Kong, we're days into a trip from
Okay.
land. And this man is just now turning.
Okay.
And as, okay, so this is, all right. Guys, okay. I need you to stay with me, all right? I'm struggling. I need you to, grant me fucking strength here, all right? Because it's going to be painful to describe what happens next. All right, so the man turns inside of this room. Okay.
Okay, it turns. That's cool. Yep, happens.
He is laying on his back when he dies. Okay. So he essentially arches his back after he turns. Fuck, I don't even know how to describe it. It looks so stupid. He fucking builds some, he fucking kicks off and stands on his head for a second and then does a little backflip.
He stands on his head. Hold on, what?
Yeah, because
Hold on. I heard backflip, but I want to go back to the standing on his head thing. What? Like you mean when someone like how do I put it? Like where their back is arched and like their feet have some of their weight and their head has some of their weight, like kind of like that? Or do you mean
No,
literally like standing on his head?
no. So like, all right. I want you to put the back of your hand on like your desk or something right now, right?
Okay.
I want you to imagine that your wrist is the head and that your fucking your fingers are the legs. I want you to fucking curl your fingers backwards so that your hand is arching, and then act as if that motion is enough momentum to then flip your hand over. That's what happens with the zombie.
I don't want to. No.
Yeah, it's on its back, and then it just flips over.
Oh.
It does a backflip to stand.
Okay. Okay.
And so the sun...
We went from Black Ops 1 zombies to Black Ops Cold War zombies pretty quickly, didn't we?
Yep. We have jumped the shark, and we're only fucking 2 scenes in.
How many minutes? You said you made it 40. How many minutes is this?
Bro, this isn't even the 10-minute mark.
Oh, no.
So...
Why?
Yeah,
No.
so...
Maybe gun violence isn't the worst thing in the world.
So... Okay.
For legal reasons, that's a joke. For legal reasons, that's a joke.
Okay, so before the guy turned, the son had essentially went over to fucking peep out what went out. So he's the first one to get bit, essentially.
Okay.
So the brother comes down here because he heard that there was a commotion and stuff like that. He
Commotion
goes into
in
the room.
ocean.
There is a bunch of infected eating people. And keep in mind, the mother is pretty deep in the room holding her son who has been bitten. Somehow she has not been bitten by the large number of zombies in the room. And so the brother goes over to check on them and realizes what's happened. And the son turns in the mother's arms and bites him. Keep in
Bites
mind,
her?
it bites her, yeah. Keep in mind, this is framed as some like huge emotional moment that we're supposed to sort of be sad about, but we just met these people. Like it almost feels as if it's trying to recreate the harrowing visual of like Jin, I think it was his name. Holding
Ben?
his Min, holding his girlfriend before his girlfriend fucking murks him. But it just doesn't have the same fucking punch. And it's just, to me at least, it feels too similar for me to give it any kind of benefit of the doubt. It really feels like they're trying to call back to it.
That's fair.
But yeah, he empties his entire clip before sealing off the door and getting out because, yeah, he's able to get out, by the way, even though, logistically speaking, he should have no fucking chance. And of course, the husband, who wasn't in the room at the time, is very distraught.
Okay.
So 4 years in the future.
What? Hold on. What?
Yeah.
You what, mate? You what, mate?
Yeah. After that scene, we cut 4 years into the future.
No, we don't.
Yes, we do.
No, we don't. Fuck.
Yes, we do.
That information fucked with me so hard it got me killed in zombies. Okay, so I don't like that.
Yep. We had the introduction of our 2 protagonists, and then we cut 4 years into the future in a fucking zombie movie.
I made it to round 23 in Shinodera. I had 590 kills and 233 headshots. Jesus Christ.
Oh,
No,
yeah,
no, we don't. You'll lose. You're lying to me. Stop it.
I'm not. I know if you're fucking listening and you haven't seen Train to Busan 2, it might sound like I'm fucking joshing, but I'm not. That is actually how shit.
You're straight bulling right now, Luce.
I'm not bullying. That's how it's structured, my brother in Christ.
Oh, damn it.
So we get 4 years into the future, and Hong Kong has started taking refugees from South Korea into its borders and everything like that, which is a pretty cool detail, I guess. But yeah, so our protagonists are 2 years
I don't
in the
know.
future, or
China,
4 years.
China, the the people in charge of China doing a selfless thing. I don't know about that one, Chef.
Fair enough. Well, no, it's Hong Kong.
That's
It's not China. Hong Kong's not supposed to reintegrate to China for another like 30 years. Oh, wait a minute. Anyway,
uh-oh.
um, so yeah, we're 4 years in the future, and both brother and father are now working for some kind of gang leader in Hong Kong. And there is because here's the thing, like this is what I mean when I say that there are nuggets. There are nuggets of good things or good ideas here because one interesting piece of world building that I really appreciated was that all of the people that came from North or South Korea are viewed almost as like lesser, like parasites, because of the fact that that's where the disease originated from, obviously.
Yeah, yeah.
So it's a cool bit of world building, but unfortunately, the film is fucking ass. So anyway, yeah, sorry, getting back on track here. Yeah, so both brothers are now working for some kind of mob boss who is an American, or some kind of triad boss who is an American in Hong Kong.
Oh,
Don't
we're bringing in the
ask.
gangs. All right.
Yeah. And for some reason, these poor fucking actors, these poor Korean actors had to speak frequent English throughout a decent chunk
Wait, the film's in
of.
English?
No, it's mostly in Korean, but there are parts where the Korean actors will speak in English for no apparent reason.
Okay.
Obviously, it makes sense when they're talking to the American, but even when they're just amongst other Koreans, they'll occasionally just talk in English. And
Okay.
I know that the actors are trying their best, but it don't sound the greatest. So
I
basically,
was expecting them to try and speak Chinese because that's the place. Or, but
well, no, because their boss is an American dude.
okay.
So basically, what has happened was, oh, and I will admit there is a pretty nice character moment, uh, in this sort of introduction where, brother-in-law and father are in. By the way, brother-in-law is the main character, not father. But brother-in-law and father are inside of some little like sort of like restaurant patio area,
Uh-huh.
and after he finds out that they're from North Korea, the uh, owner refuses to take their money, but brother-in-law still gives it to him anyway. It's one of those, it's one of those nice little moments where it's like, okay, so even when you're being horribly disrespected, you're still going to give people what they're owed, which is pretty nice. Too bad film shit. Um,
Well.
so anyway, the basic plot of the movie is that there is a truck inside the
There are
peninsula.
trucks.
There is a truck inside of the peninsula, in an outer area of South Korea, that apparently was being moved for a deal with one of the gangs in South Korea, and it has $10 million in it. And basically, this gang leader contracts our main character and his brother-in-law, or brother-in-law and father, as well as two other people, to go and get the truck on one of his ferries so that he can pay them money. Train to
Okay.
Busan 2 is essentially a heist in Zombieville.
Okay.
So, our wonderful cast of characters is obviously the father, who is still very much mad at brother-in-law for not allowing him to die, and of course the brother-in-law who is racked with guilt over his family dying and everything like that. This is completely unrelated, but after the 4-year time skip, the brother-in-law has long hair. Man's is hot. I'm gonna be honest with you. Anyway,
Okay. Okay, that's a plus.
yeah. Um, and his actor is trying, but yeah. So they are contracted to also go along with a young, cantankerous, hot-blooded dude and an old lady. She's just an old lady
Okay.
going on this mission. And so
It's
their mission is to
okay.
go and get this truck, get it on this ferry, and haul ass back to Hong Kong so they can get paid. Awesome. They have military grade equipment because obviously a triad would. I mean, I don't know how gangs in Hong Kong work, but this one has military grade equipment just on tap for these people to use.
I will say you don't want to fuck with the triads. They're bad motherfuckers.
This is true.
Like
This is true.
a lot of gangs are full of shit and how tough they talk, and they just kind of do chaotic things. Triads,
Yeah.
they are the mob of China. They are the mafia of Asia. They're fucking scary people. I would never want to fuck with anyone with one of their tattoos or something.
That's fair. So yeah, they get to the peninsula and they start driving around. They find the truck, but unfortunately, okay. So hey L,
Hello.
you know those zombies? How they were
I
actually
do
kind
know
of
those
terrifying.
zombies. Yeah, yeah, zombies. Yeah.
Yeah, and how the ones in Train to Busan were actually kind of terrifying because of the fact that they were extremely ruthless, they were extremely brutal, and weirdly efficient a lot of the time.
Yeah, they
And
never let up.
and they were extremely durable and hard to take down. Well, apparently there are still people who are living inside South Korea just surviving,
Uh,
I
uh,
guess. Um,
um, HOW.
keep in mind, I didn't get far enough in the film to know how. I just know that there is enough people to make a coordinated effort to fire a bunch of flares towards our group of ragtag renegades, which causes a massive horde of zombies to come down on them.
Okay.
Uh, there's also some sort of explosion that happens with a car at some point
Glad to
that
s-
causes.
glad to see that good of humanity thing not really bringing itself over into this movie.
Yep. Um, and so they, yeah, essentially when they fire the flares, I don't remember exactly what happens, but brother-in-law and so yeah, brother-in-law and hot-blooded youth go into the truck with the money, and father and old lady go in the car. Um,
Okay.
there's once this team of people fire off the flares, um, father goes gets outside of the car because they obviously stopped to check out the situation for some fucking reason.
Yeah, yeah.
And so what happens is there's some kind of explosion that fires off, which causes everybody to sort of get separated. Uh, Hot Blooded dies, as well as Grandma. So
Oh,
yeah, those were two valuable characters that died within the first 40 minutes of the film.
rip Granny.
Uh, just rip in general, because I mean, gotta miss that character writing from the first movie where every named character felt important in some way.
Yep.
And so then, oh my fucking god. I'm sorry, I know I'm stumbling over myself, but this is so fucking hard to remember and sift through. I fucking hate this film. Um,
The real question right now: did you pay to watch this movie?
I unfortunately did because I didn't know what streaming services it were on, so I
Oh,
rented it on YouTube. I'm
oh.
happy. I would not have considered finishing it to be worthwhile because I wouldn't have been happy with it. So, unfortunately, that's just $4 in the can. But yeah. So father hides inside the truck, inside the back of the truck, because there are obviously zombie hordes fucking barreling down on them now. Um, and unfortunately, brother-in-law. Oh no! It looks as if he's about to be fucked. He's done for. They're surrounding him, and he doesn't have anywhere to go. But wait a second. A fucking sports utility vehicle comes in and drives up to him, and the window rolls down, and there's this fucking like 13-year-old girl in the driver's seat who is like, "Get in if you want to live."
Okay.
And so he gets in the back because her 10-year-old sister is with her in the shotgun, naturally. Um, and so then this fucking young teenager, I just, I have designs upon expiring.
Designs
I have
upon expiring.
I have intentions upon non-existence.
Oh, desires.
No, designs, as in I have things in plan, or I have things planned to fucking kill me. Anyway,
Understandable.
so yeah, this fucking young teen girl starts Tokyo drifting. I'm not even shitting you. She actually pulls off like these fucking super badass power slides and shit like that. Just fucking tearing this SUV through hordes of zombies while the SUV itself gets no conceivable damage to it whatsoever. And I mean, she is drifting through these hordes until they eventually come to some kind of tunnel where there's a horde of zombies. And so, 10-year-old girl, I don't actually know how old she is, I'm just guesstimating. So, 10-year-old girl has this RC car with her, right?
Huh?
And I actually, if I didn't fucking hate this film with a burning passion, I would actually consider this a really smart thing to do. So 10-year-old girl has this fucking RC car with her that has a bunch of lights and a speaker attached to it. And so basically, from the safety of their SUV, she can just drive it around while it blows shit on its speaker and lure the zombies away.
Uh-huh.
All from the safety of their car, which they have obviously turned off and everything like that, which is actually smart. Like,
Yeah.
it's a novel idea, but like, it doesn't feel like the extremely calculated, terrifying horror movie that the original did. It just feels like a generic schlocky action film involving the zombies from Train to Busan.
Yeah, I can get that. It feels like so I mentioned it. There was plans for an American remake called Last Train to New York, but apparently it got canceled or something. And that's the kind of thing I would expect to see in it.
All of the calculated and, you know, fucking exquisite character writing, world building with, subtle hints while still being present enough to be conceivably recognized, as well as, like I said, still having subtlety to it and everything like that. It's just, as well as every single character on screen being meaningful in some way, it's just all not present in the sequel. And it's just fucking sad.
That is a big yikes. That is a big, big yikes.
Yeah. And so just around this point, oh yeah, and keep in mind, young teenager has been pulling off such sick Tokyo drifts that now main character man is just fucking conked out in the backseat of the car. Like, she literally drove so hard that he just fucking knocked himself out, I guess.
I'm doing terrible on Call of the Dead right now. Um, yeah,
and
okay.
and that was where I stopped. I don't know.
It was too good for you to continue. You were just like, I can't handle it.
Yeah, 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 yeah. totally fucking kill me. Um,
So that was Train to Busan 2.
yeah, it
Falls a little short.
was.
Falls a little short. Not
Yeah,
quite up there.
I'm sorry that my analysis was not nearly as thorough as it was for the original Train to Busan, but I'm sure you can understand why.
A zombie did a backflip on its head. That was enough for me. It got me killed on Shinonuma, so
Oh yeah, it was.
or no, it was the 4 year thing that got me killed.
Yeah.
Either way.
It was. Trust me, that backflip. I almost want to see if I can find a fucking clip of it just to show you the
No kidding.
absurdity of this.
I have really got to use the bathroom. I'll be right back. I'll be quick.
Okay.
This loose guy's not been saying a goddamn thing, has he?
Well, I'm sorry. I was in the middle of trying to contemplate the moral quandaries of taking a. Sorry, I was contemplating the moral quandaries of taking a metal bat to the kneecaps of whoever the fuck approved Train to Busan 2.
That's understandable. Um, I don't know if you know, but there's also a prequel animated short, I guess, of Train to Busan. I don't know what it's about. I don't know anything about it. I don't know if people like it, but there it is.
It can't be any fucking worse than Train to Busan 2.
I don't say that. Don't don't make it into existence.
You're so right. All
Well, I
right,
have
Loveless.
I have a Bayonetta 2 stream coming up. Also, we have a Bayonetta S.E.E.S coming up, sort of.
Yeah, cringe. We could be playing Left 4 Dead 2 together, but you playing?
I do be playing the Black Ops zombies right now, then Bayonetta. Catch me on my stream, people, even though we're not live, and this video will come out well after the stream. But, whatever.
Yeah. You
Luce, any closing comments on Train to Busan and or Peninsula?
so so yeah, Train to Busan was an unexpected, definitely sleeper hit, at least in the West. It was a very interesting movie where it turned out way better than it ever had any right to be, and I think everybody can agree with that. Um, and it mostly turned out as good as it did because of the fact that it had such strong character writing and everything like that, as well as just writing in general for the scenario and everything as well. Um, all capped off with a very subtle message of just all of the good that humanity is capable of and the inherent good within all of us that sometimes just needs that little extra push to come out, but is still there even when we don't know it. And then, of course, Peninsula came out, and all of that magic, from what I saw, was just completely and totally gone. All for your standard zombie action flick with characters that don't seem to matter and just just none of what made the original such a fucking wonderful movie. At the end of the day, it's just fucking sad.
The Train to Busan or the sequel?
Well, Train to Busan is sad in a way that's good. I just hate the existence of Peninsula, and the fact that I have to share a world with it means that it's complete and total proof that God doesn't exist, and that if he does, he doesn't give a shit about us.
Don't tell me there's a god watching over a world where Train to Busan 2 Peninsula exists.
Yeah. Don't tell me there's a God watching over us in a world where people paid for the Guilty Gear Double X vocal soundtrack to be made. If you know, you know.
So yeah, Train to Busan was really good. I loved it. I think it's a great movie. It has I really can't think of anything wrong with it. Like we went through that whole damn movie, and at worst, I had a little head scratching moment of like, eh? And then I sort of got it after talking about it. So yeah. It's fucking excellent. Great character work, great writing, great pacing, great balance of emotions, great soundtrack, great effects, great cinematography, great acting, uh, great direction, great artistic direction, great sound design, great color, great production. It's pretty good. Probably solid 6 out of 10, pretty good.
Oh, absolutely. I wouldn't rate it higher than a 4, personally. But
Oh,
it's
yeah.
really good.
Yeah. The train has 5 letters, so I'll give it a 5.
Oh, yeah, that's fair. That's fair. That's fair.
Peninsula gets a -2.
No, Peninsula doesn't get a number.
Oh, okay, that's fair.
Having a number implies that there's some value to begin with.
It is below. What is it? What's the description of the cold thing in Devil May Cry 1 below absolute zero or whatever?
Yep. That is where it's at in terms of quality.
Also, to close out this video, something I meant to open this video with, the word of the day. Something I'm going to be doing now. And the word of the day is osteokinesis. It is the superpower that enables one's ability to move and manipulate their bones.
Huh.
Think Kimimaro from Naruto, for anyone who knows what that is. Naruto's kind of lame, but Kimimaro was a fucking awesome character.
I wonder if those kind of people can manipulate their dicks. Because it's a giant boner.
But I hate you.